Mississippi House of Representatives is now in session. Please let the House come to order. Please stand as we're led in prayer today by the gentleman from Tallahatchie. Remain standing thereafter for the pledge.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, this is the season of the year that we have the Holocaust Remembrance Time. 76 years ago, Auschwitz camp was liberated, and there were 1.2 million people killed in that camp. When the camp was liberated, there were only 7,000 people that had come through that lived. We had war made on a group of people, the likes of which we had not seen. And each year there is a season, and this is the time for Holocaust remembrance. The foundation of the Abrahamic faith would be Judaism. That was the first Abrahamic faith, Father Abraham. Each day, observant Jews are taught to say the prayer, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad, from the 6th chapter of Deuteronomy, which means, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. In the morning, in the afternoon, and before death. When the people were being gassed, the gasp and everything else, but the Shema was also heard. So, we should remember, one of my best friends in law school, I remember, visiting his home in the Delta, and, they welcomed me. His mother always had on long dresses, and I saw, one time the dress sleeve and her number. So these people have contributed, the people of this faith have contributed so much to our country and our world. 6 million of 11 million were killed, and it wasn't for want of trying that they didn't get all. So there are more Jews in America than there are any other country in the world. Israel narrowly leads it. But we need to forever remember this. I have a prayer that was done by a concentration camp survivor, Holocaust remembrance. It's prayer for the 6 million victims, and I want it to be our prayer and the prayer of our country and the prayer of our world, not only for these people that died, but for us and our children to remember. Almighty God, remember the 6 million people that were gassed, killed, drowned, burned alive, tortured, beaten, or frozen to death. For the sake of one man, a whole nation was crucified. With our heart, while the world looked on in silence, in our hearts their sacred memory will last forever and ever. Amen. God of our fathers, let the ashes of the children incinerated in Auschwitz, the rivers of blood spilled at Babi Yar, a Maidanek, be a warning to mankind that hatred is destructive, violence is contagious, while man has an unlimited capacity to cruelty. Almighty God, fulfill the prophecy of Isaiah. They shall beat their swords into plowshares. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. Amen.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Everyone voted? Has everyone voted? hadn't been in here in a while. Some of you out of practice, but you got to vote. If you're here, you got to punch that present button. All right, close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, Mr. Clerk. We'll have the reading of the journal. Gentleman Hiddlewamba moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introduction.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We do not have any guests or visitors, so we will go straight to the calendar. We will go to the rules calendar.
Did you get your phone?
Chairman of the rules is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we could skip number 1 on our calendar, that would be HCR number 4. And if we could skip number 2 on our calendar, that would be HB number 1326.
Gentlemen, you just go to whichever one you want to go to.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen,
Which one you want to go to?
I would go to item 3, HB number 1327.
How about number 4?
Go to number 4 and recognize that.
That's what I thought you meant.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll go to item number 4. Who you want to recognize there, gentlemen?
If we could recognize the gentleman from Tala.
Gentleman from Holmes is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. Last year, in the midst of the pandemic and the new term and all that was going on, as many of you are aware, and we've talked about the coffee pot, we never actually adopted permanent rules. And so what we've got here before you today in H.R. 14, House Resolution number 14, is we are adopting permanent rules for this term, these 4 years, 2020 through 2024. I will go through the changes real quickly. Most of them are minor and just conforming changes with regards to numbers where something was deleted or added. I will go through the substantive changes, Mr. Speaker, and then I'll be glad to yield for any questions. Beginning on line 135 on page 6, we've simply added some language there about the Rules Committee to make it look exactly like the Management Committee. They were already both elected the exact same way. It's just we didn't have part of that language in Rule 11, the Rules Committee language. So we're just simply adding that they are elected during the first calendar week of the session, and they serve 4 years. Next, on line 309, we removed that language about working with DFA to find space in the Capitol. DFA doesn't have to do what we say anyway, and we find our own space in House space or in joint space with the Senate. So that was simply some cleanup language there. And then that caused a few of the numbers to change on line 314, but there are no substantive change there. On line 379, Rule 18C, the old rules talked about that the House shall contract with ETV or MPB for the telecast of the proceedings. I think now we're using YouTube. So anyway, we left it open in that we could contract with whoever, but I do believe now it's YouTube, but left ourselves some flexibility there. Following up at the end of Rule 18C, starting on line 389, this is a substantive change that I would draw your attention to. The new language there, no member or any other person shall use a phone, camera, or other streaming device while in the House chamber to telecast, live stream, or broadcast the regular floor proceedings of the House in any manner other than the telecast required by this rule unless approved by the Committee on Rules. In other words, if you see two of your colleagues in a spat and it looks interesting to you and you want to film it with your phone, this rule prohibits you from doing that. I can remember specifically myself in a heated debate with a member in the back, and another member felt the need to grab their phone and film our verbal altercation and what we were disagreeing vehemently about concerning a bill. So this would prohibit that on the House floor. Now, somebody asked, maybe in rules when we were talking about this, about, for instance, if we are honoring a state championship team or a World War II veteran team, nobody's trying to prohibit somebody's ability to film that or take a picture of that or something like that. This is simply, if you're looking for a gotcha moment for your colleagues on the House floor with your phone, this rule prohibits it. And if you violate it, you would be subject to censure. The next substantive changes begin on line 708, 709. We are eliminating two committees. We're eliminating the Performance-Based Budgeting Committee, and we are eliminating the Revenue and Expenditure General Bills Committee. Those two committees will be no more. In addition, we are reducing the numbers on conservation from 19 to 17. Constitution from 15 down to 9 members, and education from 31 to 27. And the reason those numbers are down is because, frankly, only that number of people requested to be on those committees. In other words, conservation, trouble filling that committee. Constitution, you have trouble filling that committee because nobody requested or wants to be on it. So these numbers simply reflect the number of requests for those committees. Now, another change, or maybe clarifying there on line 746, where we talk about a member's right to certain committees. It was somewhat vague before, and so maybe that language now is self-explanatory. Each member who is not a member of the Committee on Ways and Means or the Committee on Appropriations shall serve on at least 4 committees listed in this rule. That's actually not a shall now, but it will be a shall. So in other words, if you're not on one of the money committees, you shall serve on at least 4 committees that are named here. The next substantive change there on line 788, we simply added language that's at the end. That language is on 781, dealing with members who have served less than 4 years. There's a sentence at the end of that on 781, not to include appropriations and ways and means. And that sentence needed to be added at 788. Each member who has served for 4 years or more shall be entitled to at least 3 of the first 7, not to include appropriations and ways and means. So that was simply to conform the less than 4 years, more than 4 years, and have the same language there. There's an old rule that that had always stated that committee meetings shall be at 9 a.m. And as you all know, very few of our committees are at 9 a.m. So we just simply eliminated that rule, and your committee meetings are when they are called and when they are. The last substantive change is on line 1299. Now what the rules say is that basically the speaker has to refer the bill within a day when it's dropped. And that never happens. As y'all know, on deadline day, 1,000 bills get dropped and they don't get referred within 24 hours. So this is to clear that up in that it won't be referred within the 24 hours after the expiration of not less than 1 legislative day. So it could conversely affect, in other words, when a bill gets dropped, it's going to be at least 24 hours before it is referred. Mr. Speaker, that is a very brief and quick explanation of the rules changes. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
All right, questions. Jump from items, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
I want to go back to this free speech rule that you put in that prohibits people from being able to use their phones in whatever manner they deem appropriate. The one about live streaming and recording.
Key word in your phrase was appropriate, but yes, sir.
Yeah, and I know you say that it doesn't apply to people filming teams, but it doesn't say that. But that's fine. I understand the intent of it. But are you concerned at all about any free speech violations with a rule like this?
No, sir, no more than the requirement that you wear that necktie.
Okay. And the other, juxtapose that to the fact that this rule wouldn't prohibit any of the reporters sitting up there from recording whatever they want to record on this floor. Isn't that correct? You can't control what they record.
No, sir, but we can put them out of the chamber.
Okay, but
So if they felt the need to start recording or getting into conversations or recording action actually on this floor, I think they are prohibited from that. But if they felt the need to do that, Rules Committee would probably just revoke their press privileges. And again, I'm speaking as one member of Rules. That has not come before the committee. But
I know, but so you're telling the press now that they are limited in what they can record.
I think they already respect that rule well, gentlemen. That has not been a problem to my knowledge.
I'm just trying to highlight what I think there's some inconsistency, maybe some problems with the rule. And so when I vote against the rule, it's not because I don't agree with your intent. I just think that the wording in it may cause us some problems. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
All right, I don't see any further questions. If you favor the House Resolution 14, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Rules are adopted. Thank you, gentlemen. Go back to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think you wanted to go to item 3 next. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir, that's exactly
All right.
what I said.
You call that bill up?
If we could call up HB number 1327, make the usual motions.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the state of emergency to provide a maximum time period to authorize a Department of Health to store dead bodies and, if necessary, to keep them. It also is set up so that the governor cannot call a emergency session for more than 45 days without calling the legislature in. Let me be real clear about something. This is not about our governor. This has nothing to do with that. This has everything to do with the nation and this pandemic that we're experiencing. And this is the first time that we've actually seen this type of emergency. So some of the laws that we had really were not set up for this type of a situation. One of the things that this does is it actually plugs in pandemic in our definition section of this bill. Before, pandemic and the health of our citizens was not something that could be called as an emergency. Now we've got it plugged in that it clarifies that part of this. The next thing that this does, it does require, if the governor does call an emergency, he has to check within the health department and people that they're dealing with 15 days to make certain that there is an actual need. And then after that, if it continues for more than 45 days, he has to call us in. He has to get us to the Capitol and ask this body and the Senate to continue that emergency if necessary. This is something that's been done around the nation. This is not something that we're doing in a vacuum. This is something that has been talked about in a lot of our conferences that we've gone to, and there's been articles written that some of our governors around the nation have possibly overexceeded their power. This is just a checks and a balance, and it's a way for you to do your job. We can get this legislation and this legislature together. Frankly, we've done it within a week, and frankly, we've probably done it shorter than that. So this is not anything to do with trying to target the governor in any way, shape, or form. This is just a way for us to balance out what we are supposed to be doing in doing our jobs and moving forward when it comes to situations for a pandemic. Someone had asked earlier today, whenever I was talking to him, why do we need this situation for storing bodies? What's happened, and we saw this during Katrina, we saw this during other emergency situations. Sometimes cities and counties don't have the capacity or a way to keep these loved ones in a place that allows them to be able to have the proper doctors look at them, and this gives the state the ability to go in and help with that. That's the other piece of this puzzle that this bill does, and that is my explanation of the bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 115 yeas and 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take up in a block unless there's an objection, and if you do have an objection, let me know which one you'd like to take out. The following HCRs.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I meant to go to the gentleman from Chickasaw. What purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order at the appropriate time.
Yes, sir. You recognize.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day in the North Gallery, Dr. John Mitchell. Dr. John, he is the Director of the Office of Mississippi Physicians Workforce at UMMC. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. We appreciate your service to us today. We hope you keep us all from getting the COVID. If we get it, we'll know who to blame. Thank you, Doc. Appreciate your service. All right, Chairman of Rules, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could call up in a block the following measures, item number 5, HCR number 10, item number 6, HCR number 11, item number 8, HCR number 22, HCR number 30, that'd be item 11, HCR number 30, and item number 12, I'm sorry, that was the final HCR.
Okay. Anyone wish to have one of these HCRs set aside? Okay, I don't see any. Any questions on these resolutions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolutions, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 116 yeas, 0 nays. The resolutions are adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, if we could go to item number 12, and I'd like to call up the following in a block. These are all HRs, and it would be number 12, HR number 4, number 13, HR number 9, number 14, HR number 10, and item 15, HR number 13.
Any questions on these resolutions? I don't see any. If you favor the resolutions, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Resolutions are adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, is it okay to go back to in our calendar?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You can move within that calendar as much as you'd like to do, gentlemen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could go to item number 7, HCR number 20. And I separated this one out. This is one of our very own. This is the resolution for former Representative Nolan Manitow, Moore Lawson, commemorate the legislative career upon his passing.
I think all of us who served with Nolan, with all these gentlemen, Nolan and Ray, and Gary, you know, they were all friends of ours. They were part of our family. We all loved them dearly. We mourn with their families in their loss, and this is an appropriate way for us to express that to our departed colleagues. Any questions on this resolution? I think it would be appropriate to put everybody on the resolution. If you have objection to that, go by the clerk's office and remove your name. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. She's got to reprogram the machine there, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a second. There we go. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could go to item 9, HCR number 25. Former Representative Nolan Ray Rogers mourn the loss and commemorate the legislative career upon his passing.
Any questions on this resolution? I do not see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the resolution is adopted. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, if we could go to HCR number 27. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a highway patrol officer that passed away, Lieutenant Troy Morris, and commend the life and legacy upon his passing. The men and women of our highway patrol give their lives every day, and this is a way for us to commemorate their lives when that happens, and so thank y'all.
Any questions on this resolution? I do not see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor this resolution, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas and 0 nays, resolution is adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
No, sir, that's all I have for the day.
Do you request immediate release on any of this?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to immediate release on the rules calendar? Gentleman from home.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no objection except for item number 4, House Resolution 14.
Well, what do you want to do with that, gentlemen?
Motion reconsider, hold it on the motion.
Okay. All right. Gentleman from Tishomingo, what purpose you seek recognition? All right. Very good. That takes us down to the appropriations calendar. Recognize Chairman of Appropriations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies of the House, let's go to the appropriations calendar. Item number 1 will be House Bill 109. Bring it up, make the usual motion.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, I was discussing with the pro tem.
Okay, go to item number 1, that'd be House Bill 109. I'd recommend you bring it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
I would like to introduce the lady from Amit to explain the bill.
The lady from Amit recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 109 is the transfer bill. Section 1 pulls forward Section 27103-125 in order to delete old language for the 2% set aside for years that were changed. Section 2 pulls forward Section 27103-139 in order to delete old language for the 2% set aside for years that were changed. Section 3 pulls forward Section 27103-203. This section deals with the Working Cash Stabilization Fund and the amounts that the governor can access during a year that budgets may be reduced. This deletes old language that allowed the governor to access additional funds in 2017. Section 4 pulls forward Section 27-103-211. This section deals with funds to be deposited into the Working Cash Stabilization Fund. This deletes old language for years when the legislature used 100% of revenue instead of 98%. Section 5 pulls forward Section 27-103-213. This section deletes old language in order to remove old language for the general fund split that occurs every year. There were years funds were changed for the unencumbered cash balance. Section 7 pulls forward Section 27-103-303, the Capital Expense Fund. It deletes old language regarding diversion of capital expense funds for the oil and gas emergency plugging funds. The agency was returned to special funds, and now they have access to funds for plugging wells, so they don't need access or to use the capital expense funds anymore. Section 7, transfer of funds from the Mississippi Development Authority Job Training Grant will be transferred into the Capital Expense Fund. Section 8 repeals Section 57-1451, the MDA Job Training Grant Fund. The balance of the fund is over $18 million. The funds were originally intended to help with training in Northeast Mississippi for the Toyota plant, and these funds have not been needed. Section 9 is just simply generic transfer language that will be used in conference. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, usually we'll have a section in our transfer bill such as this. Currently, it is $1 from the general fund and the treasurer's office to the capital expense funds. And as you already know, as we progress through the session, the numbers could change. So that's an explanation of House Bill 109, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 109. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies of the House, let's go to item 2. This would be House Bill 211. Recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, the Vice Chairman, to explain the bill.
The gentleman from Montgomery is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
We got to call the bill up,
Mr.
gentlemen.
Speaker, do we need to move to adopt the committee sub?
Yeah, we will, yes, sir.
Okay.
Gentleman calls bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 211, this bill returns the Mississippi Insurance Department back to a special fund agency. It removes them from the provisions of the Mississippi Budget Transparency and Simplification Act and state general fund support. If you follow along, Section 2, line 54 through Section 19, ending in line 880, are amended to provide deletion from the general fund appropriations, and this will take effect July 1st, 2021. And, Mr. Speaker, that's an explanation of the committee sub. I yield for any questions.
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
Yield for questions.
Any questions? I don't see any.
Final pass.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 211. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, 1 nay. Bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, go to House Bill 212, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 212 does the exact same thing to the State Fire Marshal and State Fire Academy. It removes them both from the provisions of the Mississippi Budget Transparency and Simplification Act, changing the funding program from general fund support to special fund agency. In sections 1 through 4, it just deletes the language and the provisions that require general fund appropriations. This will go into effect in July also, and that's an explanation of the bill. If there are not any questions, I move final passage.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 212. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Leaders of the House, let's go to item number 4, would be House Bill 307. Bring it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross red the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Recognize the gentleman from Pike to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Pike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is House Bill 307. This was requested by the Department of Health. As you know, the medical marijuana amendment passed with 73-74% of the vote this past November. And so the Department of Health, under the leadership, is going to make this the most effective, most efficient medical marijuana program in the U.S. And so they're committed to following the law. And so they are needing House Bill 307 to allow them to really interact with other state agencies. We passed legislation a few years ago, as you know, that would not allow them to charge other agencies for services. And so this would allow them, for example, they will need to enter into a contract with the Mississippi Department of Revenue for the collection of sales taxes and possible the inspection of some processors. They may also need to contract with other state agencies as the Department of Agriculture and maybe the Department of Mental Health. So this will allow them a little bit of flexibility. And again, ladies and gentlemen, they are committed to following the law and making this the best, most efficient and effective program in the United States. And I feel like they will after working with them for so many years. And that is the explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
What assurance do we have that the land grants institutions who effectively have been working with agricultural ventures in the state will be treated equally and fairly in this process? What assurance do we have? In other words, will Mississippi State and Ole Miss be treated equally when we come to this, and will it be a diverse plan in place?
Well, gentlemen, this legislation does not address what you are asking. Again, many of us in this room are very familiar with the medical marijuana amendment that passed. Some of us are not. I'm explaining House Bill 307 that just will allow the Department of Health some flexibility to interact with other agencies to make the amendment that passed, again, the most effective in the nation. So I'm not familiar with what Ole Miss
You actually
State.
just made my point. You said this bill will ensure that there will be interaction between other agencies. These institutions are other agencies. I just want to make sure that, like we do for all other business, that universities who have long historical significance in this state with agriculture opportunities will be at the table. That's all I'm asking. Will you ensure that they're at the table? Since your district spills over there into that area, I'm sure you would like to have would you not agree that you would like to have your constituents have an opportunity to be gainfully involved in this endeavor, since there's going to be so much money coming to this state?
Gentlemen, I have complete confidence in Dr. Dobbs and his team that they will treat everyone fair in this program.
My concern is not Dr. Dobbs. My concern is this legislation and the way you're spending it. That's my concern.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay. My next question, gentlemen. What is the time frame for all this to be in place?
Well, of course, this legislation is upon passage, gentlemen, but it's my understanding the licensures and the regulations have to be issued this July and August of this year based on the amendment. And again, many in this room will be much more familiar with the amendment than others.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Now, just for clarification purposes, and I understand the confidence in the health department, but it's also true that the amendment itself gives the full authority to set rules, fees, and promulgate the rules of the Department of Health. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want to make sure that all we're doing now is giving them the authority to put those rules together in whatever manner they deem necessary.
Yes, sir. So actually, gentlemen, I reached out to a colleague in this chamber who was very involved with the medical marijuana amendment. I asked him to please read this legislation, and he gave me his approval, and he actually was a co-author of this bill, and so to make sure there was nothing hidden in this legislation, and he fully supports this legislation.
Yeah, what's up? Well, I'm with you. I'm just, it may be good for people to know that the person that wanted the bill approved of the legislation, but just for clarity purposes, people need to be satisfied that you're not making it, the amendment that we passed, it governs however we proceed going forward. All you're doing with this legislation is providing a method for them to promulgate the rules and set the fees. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, but more importantly, more specific, this is allowing them to contract with other state agencies, be able to pay rent and things like that. So it's almost, I would say, even more specific than what you're asking.
But the thing that the amendment would require them to do, they can't do without you giving them some latitude that you're giving them.
That's correct, and what they're asking will make it even better, but they're absolutely, they're going to follow the amendment to a T.
Okay, I'm good. Okay. Look, I just want to make sure, I just want to be clear. There's a lot of skepticism about this. I'm trying to make sure people understand. The other issue is that the question about the fees, the amendment sets the parameters in which they can authorize fees. I mean, we were concerned in the original legislation that there were 2 or 3 different pieces, and that what was attractive about the amendment is it didn't allow for exorbitant fees. They had to be reasonable. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir. And gentlemen, just to clarify, this has nothing to do with the fees for the amendment. This is just allowing the Department of Health to...
Help me, because there are people who are asking these questions. I know this bill doesn't do that,
right,
but I'm using this opportunity to clear up some of those issues. So this bill doesn't set the fees. This has nothing to do with the fees.
No, sir.
The fees were authorized by the amendment, and the Department of Health will do that within their ability to set rules, regulations, and fees.
Yes, sir.
That's out of our hands.
Yes, sir.
And the only thing that's stopping them so far is there is a piece of litigation that's going on, and so it has slowed up the process. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir, and there is some legal issues out there.
The city of Madison has sued the constitutionality of the amendment. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And so, as long as that's going on, even though we've set a deadline, if the Supreme Court doesn't rule fast enough, these are just questions that are being asked.
Yes, sir.
That all those things could change subject to what happens in the court system, and even though we have a July deadline for the promulgation of these rules.
Right, and just real quick, gentlemen, this will give the Department of Health the ability to contract with the appropriate state agencies and reimburse them for any part they may play in the implementation and enforcement of this program. So
and that's all this does?
All it does, gentlemen.
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you. I'm sure they'll do a super, super, super good job.
I believe so, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Will you yield, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I want a little bit of clarity on this. On the amendment, Amendment 65 that was passed, there was quite a bit of, I would say, libertarian language in the amendment that would allow the health department really to, for once, involve the people. And I think you and I would both agree that I think that was one of the things that was really appealing to the citizenry, was that there would not be this huge state bureaucracy involved, and I think they thought that it would be a lot of private entity opportunities. So my question to you is, since clearly, you know, our state agencies have a whole lot of work to do, is the health department saying that they can't reach out and contract and bid with private entities to do some of these things?
No, ma'am.
Is that their position?
No, ma'am. It's more of a state-to-state agency. If you remember several years ago, we passed a sweeping pieces of legislation that would not allow agencies to contract with other agencies. And so this is going back and allowing the Department of Health to have a contract with the Department of Revenue.
But there are other places in the United States of America that are doing many different things involved in their medical marijuana project that is not involving a lot of state agencies. As the initiative is written, would not the health department be able to put this program in place and just utilize private entities to do a lot of this work?
So, lady, I would just say I'm not overly familiar with the amendment that passed. Again, there are members in this body who are very much involved and know a lot about what's going on with the amendment. I would tell you that after speaking with the Department of Health officials and the leadership there, they're asking for, again, in my opinion, is just a piece of legislation to allow them to contract with the appropriate state agencies, more specifically the Department of Revenue, to make this the best program they can. And so this is really all that this legislation is doing.
Well, gentlemen, I know that you are a proponent of smaller government, and so, I guess I'm a little bit surprised to see the leadership bringing this kind of bill out here that increases and expands government's relationship into this, certainly, hopefully, to be a private industry.
Well,
so I guess maybe we need to get some more information from the health department to see if they don't believe that there are private entities out there that could have where citizens in the state could make some money as opposed to it, going to state agencies. And the citizens would be able to, get some contracts and make some money and give it all back in taxes. I guess that's my only concern.
Well, yeah, I would say that the people spoke loud and clear in November. And in the way they spoke, the Department of Health has a role to play in that amendment. And so the Department of Health's leadership feels like and believes the way that current law is written, they cannot reach out to the Department of Revenue and ask for assistance and have a relationship with them to collect taxes, to collect revenue. And so they're asking to make what the people want back in November, the best possible program in the United States of America. They need some assistance from us.
Okay, you said agriculture and you were naming some of these other entities.
That was just examples that they're giving why they need this legislation, in case they need to have a relationship or partnership with the Department of Agriculture and say, hey, can you come inspect something? Well, Department of Ag may need to get reimbursed for that, and so this will allow them to do that.
But that does not, so we can be clear, so if the health department and the board is listening, that does not, when you read the flavor of the amendment that the citizens voted for was clearly people-driven. So that does not say to the health department that you exclusively have to utilize state agencies, that the health department can contract with private people to give Mississippi people an opportunity to have some businesses and make some money. Would you not agree that that would be good?
Well, lady, I guess if you're trying to figure out who is the best person or agency to assist in the collecting revenue, I think all of us are going to say that's going to be the Department of Revenue.
Well, then why didn't we just say the Department of Revenue?
Lady, I have said the Department of Revenue.
But why doesn't this bill just say the Department of Revenue?
I think it may not be that specific, but in my summary of why we need this, I did say Department of Revenue. This is one example of why they would need this.
Well, gentlemen, I just wanted them to know, you and I just having a conversation here, but they are listening, and the flavor of this amendment, I think we would agree, is that it was not only people driven through the initiative and referendum process, but the language in the bill, the language in the amendment is people-driven. That's clear. And so the health department, who works for the state of Mississippi, and that's us, and we work for the people, I hope that they know they need to keep that in mind. That's all, gentlemen. And I appreciate you, and I thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, lady. Mr. Speaker, I move final passage if there's no further questions.
No further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 307. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas and 2 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 5, would be House Bill 750. Bring it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Recognize the gentleman from Harrison to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison, recognized, present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is what it does. It's a very simple bill. It creates 2 Deputy Secretary of State appointments. It does not include any money. There's no stipend or anything. The purpose of this is so that if the Secretary of State is away from the office, whether there's a hurricane on the coast or a tornado up North Mississippi or something, he has a designee to vote in these meetings for him. We've done this for the AG's office a few years ago. We've also done it for MDE and other departments. All we're asking is that he has a designee that can go and vote for him in his absence. If there's no questions, I ask for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
You said no, will these be new positions, or these will be current staff persons?
Current staff. It's just going to give them...
That are temporarily assigned to fill in for the
yes.
Secretary of State?
Yes, no new staff at all.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this allow in any way at the Secretary of State's discretion to raise those salaries?
No, it does not.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 750. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, let's go to item number 6. This would be House Bill 1256. Bring it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Let's recognize the gentleman from Calhoun to explain the bill.
The gentleman from Calhoun is recognized. Present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill number 1256, item number 6, would give the auditor the authority and expand the charge for the county's audit from $35 to $50. Currently it's $35. As most of y'all know, each county is audited every year, and because of a shortage of manpower in the audit office, that audit is done by the auditor every 3 or 4 years, probably 4 years for most people, and then they contract with private audit firms to do the audit in the other years. And so what the hope is that if you can increase this from 35 to 50, which will more accurately reflect the cost, it would generate, based on the number of hours that the auditors worked last year on these audits, about $438,000 increase in their charges. But their hope is that it will not be any increase in actual cost to the counties because these state-performed audits are cheaper than the private audits, and they'll be able to do them. They're going to hire additional manpower, and they're going to be able to perform the state-performed audits on a more regular basis, and so your counties will be required to use the private firms less. So there's all the parties involved have been contacted about this, and as far as I know, there's no opposition from any of the organizations involved, and so that is, and it will not affect the state agencies. It will only affect the counties. All right, that's my explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1256. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Let's go to item, ladies of the House, let's go to item number 7. This would be House Bill 1290. Bring it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Recognize the gentleman from Montgomery, the Vice Chairman, explain the bill.
The gentleman from Montgomery is recognized. You do have a committee subs. Gentlemen, you wish to adopt it.
Please, Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman
thank you.
moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1290 is, just recently the gentleman from Harrison brought a bill before you from the Attorney General's office. This is a revise the salary limitations of certain attorneys. This does not have any money with it. It's just language allowing the State Personnel Board, based upon its findings of facts, it shall exempt persons from these provisions when the acquisition of such professional services is precluded based on the prevailing wage in relevant labor markets, provided such compensation shall not directly or indirectly be in excess of the salary authorized to be paid to the Deputy Attorney General. This is simply used as a recruiting tool to maintain staff attorneys there. It's no new money, it's no new personnel. And that's an explanation of the committee sub.
Questions? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
No new personnel. Are there, was there an explanation in terms of recruiting why they needed to exceed some of the personnel board limitations? Are there certain types of attorneys that they're trying to hire? Do you know? Like with certain expertise or something?
Not that I'm aware of, gentlemen. This is just simply a retention tool. I apologize. Counsel has corrected me. It's an attempt to recruit highly specialized attorneys, yes.
Okay, and my question, what gives me some concern is the Attorney General has been involved in some, what I personally consider some specious litigation that's costing the state a great deal of money, or possible to cost the state a great deal of money. And I would just be a little bit concerned about giving extra money for special attorneys to do things that I think may be a waste of time.
All right. Oh, you still question?
Yes, sir, gentlemen. This is no extra money, no additional monies. It's just monies within their budget that they're able to move.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll make further inquiry where I can. I appreciate that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1290. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 84 yeas and 28 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, call up House Bill 1177. Make the usual motions.
The gentleman calls bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, move we adopt committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of you have gotten a letter earlier in the session in regards to the legal journals that are provided by the Secretary of State's office, and that's what this bill kind of focuses on. if you will, follow along with me, our current, the office, the bill basically, it amends the code section to provide that the office of the Secretary of State shall not provide copies of the general laws, journals, local and private laws of each session of the legislature for legislative committee meeting rooms in the new Capitol unless specifically requested in writing by the clerk of the House or the Secretary of the Senate for the committee rooms of their respective chambers, and it provide that any other recipient of the general laws and journals listed in this section may waive the receipt of the general laws, journals, or both by written request to the office of the Secretary of State, and this deletes the authority for the legislative service offices of the House and Senate to receive additional copies of the general laws, journals, local and private laws for related purposes. And that's an explanation of the committee sub. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions? Jump from home, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I heard what you said, but can you explain it? As far as the books I just received a few months ago, will this prevent me and other members of this body from receiving if we still complete this form and turn it in?
That's correct. You can receive them. You just have to request it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Don't see any further questions. Open
Final
machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the House Bill 1177, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Opposed machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 115 yeas and 3 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Thank you. Ladies of the House, let's go to item number 9 would be House Bill 1251. Bring it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross red the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Recognize the gentleman from the Neshoba to explain the bill.
The gentleman from Neshoba recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up the committee sub on House Bill 1251, item number 9.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1251 simply follows what we did in a couple of other bills earlier. It would remove the Mississippi Workers' Compensation Commission from a general fund status agency back to a special fund agency. As most of you know, we did a lot of these back in 2016 with Senate Bill 2362. Mississippi Workers' Compensation Commission is a heavily operated special funds agency. They need the flexibility to go back to being a special fund agency, and that's what this bill does, Mr. Speaker. I'll entertain.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 1251. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113, 14 yeas and 3 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to number 10, House Bill 1284. We do have a committee sub on it and call it up.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered in gross red the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. You got a committee sub?
Yes, do have a committee sub, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, back in your counties, when you or your constituents buy a tag, there's some fees that are in there, small fees that include the printing of the decals that DOR provides. There's some fees in there for postage costs and things if somebody orders a specialty tag or something like that that has to be mailed to their constituents. So what this bill would do right now, all of those funds are being swept into the general fund. What DOR is requesting is that they be able to establish a special fund within the tag acquisition fund, that when these funds come in, they can place those fees that are collected back in the counties into this special fund, tag acquisition fund, and those costs that they incur on mailing, printing decals, printing license plates, and things like that can be handled through those fees where they were designed to set up to. This bill has a cap. After 2022, if there's more than $500,000 in this account, anything over $500,000 would revert to the general fund, any excess over $500,000. So this is a bill that would just allow them to set up a special fund within DOR agency and take care of these tag issues. This has been an issue with the DOR for several years, and it's a good piece of legislation. I'll ask for your consideration. I'll entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I just worry a little bit when we start taking out legislative oversight on a bill that we're not keeping up with them, and I'm glad to hear about the $500,000, but why would we just let go of our authority over that?
Well, lady, I'm not sure we're letting go of our authority. That money's coming to DOR right now anyway, but it's being swept in their general fund. We just want to designate a special fund within DOR for this money to be received, and it will go specifically for the license tag operation.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1284.
Is that final?
If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 12, 11 yeas, 7 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like immediate release on those 10 items, and appropriation yields the floor.
Any objection to immediate release? I don't hear any. Appropriations yields the floor. Brings us to the Ways and Means calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 1 on the Ways and Means calendar will be taken up first.
You'll call it up, gentlemen?
Call that bill up, yes.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Would ask that we recognize the gentleman from the
Jackson.
Jackson, wherever you're from. Come on.
Gentleman from Jackson, recognized, present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the House. House Bill 374 is our annual specialized car tag bill. Let me stress, this is just a placeholder, so if you get a request from any of your constituents between now and towards the last couple of weeks of the session, we'll be happy to accommodate you. Just come by and see me. That ends my explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 374. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas and 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Next item 2, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Would ask that the gentleman be recognized to present the bill.
Gentleman from Marion, recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to give you just a breakdown at parenthesis of what this bill actually does. A lot of times we have tornadic activity, house fires, and first one thing and another. And what happens if an oversight happens by the tax assessor, you're going to get billed for this property even though it's not there. So the bottom line of what really happened, about within a 6-month period, the lady's house burnt, and she went and got her taxes, and they had charged her for the house. Well, I told her we'd go to the Board of Supervisors and get it took care of, you know. Well, they don't have that authority according to state law. So what we're doing is that if the assessor fails to make such an appraisal, and the party interested in wants to make an application to the Board of Supervisors no later than 18 months after the date of the accident or the occurrence, is allowed to do so, and the Board of Supervisors can help make a change in ad valorem taxes. That's all this bill does. I appreciate it. It's your vote.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 425. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item number 3, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Several of these bills that we're going to go to now, ladies and gentlemen, are Department of Revenue bills. They are small bills, some of them very simple, not technical. So I'm going to give you very simple explanations because that's what most of them require. This bill simply would allow retiring law enforcement officers at DOR to retain their issued sidearms. We do this for other police departments, other agencies. It simply would extend that benefit to them. That's it.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Are the retiring law enforcement officers going to be given the sidearm, or will they have an option to purchase?
They would be given their sidearm. They would be allowed to keep it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, we don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 508. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115, 16 yeas and 1 nay. The bill passes. Next item.
Item 4, House Bill 509, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply would allow, for those that receive unemployment compensation, would allow them to withhold for their state income taxes. That's it.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 509. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 104 yeas and 10 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 5, House Bill 510, call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
House Bill 510 deals with the Department of Revenue and their ability or the legal requirement regarding the time period for which they must retain motor vehicle certificates of title. Right now, there is no time frame. They get titles going back 50 plus years. I don't know how far back, and this simply would put a time period on there of 15 years. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Jump from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to catch you before you move forward. That last item 509, I'd like to hold it on the motion, please.
Oh, okay. We can do that. I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 510. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Item 6, House Bill 511, call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This bill simply, ladies and gentlemen, would change the, right now DOR provides operating permit decals for amusement rides. That was news to me to learn that, but that's what they do. This would change that from to a calendar year basis.
Questions? Jump from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman you yield.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. Does this provide any inspection on these rides?
Yes, this is the permit for that they have been inspected. That's what this is.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 511. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Next item, item 7, House Bill 512. Call the bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This bill would simply provide a technical amendment regarding the police powers of certain Department of Revenue law enforcement officers. There has been some arguments that they don't have general police powers. They believe they do. There was a problematic language in the bill itself, and this just would remove that. I think it's 1 or 2 words, remove that, and just make it clear that the law enforcement officers at the DOR do have general police powers.
Questions, gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, are you aware of a revenue agent harassing a lady in southwest Mississippi, and she had an agreement with the Department of DOR, and he harassed her and she ended up having a heart attack? Were you aware of that behavior?
No, sir, not at all.
All right. Well, gentlemen, when we move forward with this piece of legislation, we need to put some stipulations in there that they understand what their rights and regulations are, because harassment, this has caused this young lady to lose her life, and he didn't go by the office and read his emails and went by the lady's house. So this is a problem.
Gentlemen, I would say that harassment by any law enforcement officer doesn't need to happen, so thank you for bringing that to my attention.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 512. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 110 yeas, 6 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to skip item 8 and move on to item 9, House Bill 516. Call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This bill simply would allow the appraisers out at the Department of Revenue to receive the same raises that appraisers at the local tax offices, local county tax offices receive after they complete certain training. It just extends the same benefit to the ones at the department.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 516. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas and 7 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Item 10, House Bill 519. Call the bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This bill simply would allow on apportioned vehicles from having 2 stickers with the year and the month would allow them to have 1 sticker that says both the year and the month.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 519. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
We're going to skip item 11 and move to item 12, House Bill 202. Call the bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Item 12 just simply keeps a vehicle alive regarding the Mississippi Development Authority bringing forward code sections. There's been some talk about amending some of the programs at MDA, and so this bill would simply keep that vehicle alive for those potential purposes.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 202. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 13, House Bill 499. Call that up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
499 just simply extends the authority of the Mississippi Development Authority to allocate qualified equity investment tax credits to 2024. That time frame, this is current law, the time frame is expiring, and it just extends it.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 499. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 14, House Bill 500, call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
House Bill 500, very similar bill, just extends the reverter on the authority of the Mississippi Home Corporation to issue bonds. That's it.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 500. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
House Bill 520, item 15, call the bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
520, just going back to our 2018 special session on the infrastructure. This simply would allow the use tax diversions to city and counties to spell out clearly in the law that they could use these funds to as a pledge and to repay debt that are issued for the same purposes, infrastructure needs.
Questions? Jump from DeSoto, Mr. Eubank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, does this allow them to service debt that they acquired before we passed the original bill, the increased diversion?
Gentlemen, it's simply, as long as it's for the purposes of roads and bridges, then they could do that. The vast majority of any I can't think of that's already going to have a dedicated income stream, old debt, in other words, is what you're asking. You know, a lot of times they'll put a mill on or do some other sort of reason inside their budget. But no, the design for this is specifically for prospective going forward, you know, getting dollars on the roads.
Well, it was my understanding when we passed the original legislation that for the city or the county to receive the money, they had to continue to spend at the current rate that they were spending.
That's right. That's right.
I just didn't want this money that they would be getting to go towards debt they acquired in the past, and they're not continuing to spend what they are on.
That's not, no. I mean, we're not changing any of the requirements that we placed into the law previously.
Okay, but they can still use it to service debt that they acquired on roads and bridges prior to passage a couple years ago.
Gentlemen, if they did that, I don't know that they would be meeting the terms of the formula that we just discussed. So they've got to, in order to get the funds, they've got to maintain their current level or past level at this point in time, level of funding for roads and bridges and infrastructure. And so this would be for new spending.
Okay, thank you.
I just don't know how it would work any other way. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 520. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 16, House Bill 638. Call that up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
I would ask that the gentleman from Jackson be recognized to handle the bill.
The gentleman from Jackson is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the House. House Bill 638, we did this last year for a product that was, for an alcoholic product that was being made out of honey. And this is dealing with a product that's specifically gin that is being made out of rice here in Mississippi. But it allows a distillery retailer's permittee to sell on-site other products, either alcoholic or not, as long as that total sales number does not exceed 20% of their total production, ladies and gentlemen of the House. And it also allows this permittee to sell to other retailers without going through the warehouse.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 638. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 104 yeas, 13 nays. Bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, the next item, 17, House Bill 667. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, as it stands right now, if you have a business owner that has one ABC violation, it's mandatory that that person's license be revoked. This basically changes that to make it discretionary to revoke the license after one violation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 667. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 112 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to the next item, 18, House Bill 877. Call it up and make the usual motion.
I think I'd like to go to lunch instead, gentlemen.
Oh.
Is that okay with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. It's a convenient place for us to stop. We've reached the bottom of the page, and it's 11:30. What a coincidence. All right. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members before we break for lunch. Gentleman from the show with Mr. Bounds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, you should have received on your desk an invitation to join the Mississippi Legislative Sportsman's Caucus. If you have interest in that or have any questions or want to join and you haven't done so, just fill that out and leave it on my desk. Thank you.
Any further announcement? I don't see any. Recognize the gentleman from Activity Hall for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I would move this House stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
How about 1:30, gentlemen?
1:30.
All right. You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House in recess till 1:30. Please let the House come back to order. We're going to return to the calendar, but I'm informed by the clerk that we've had some technical difficulty with the voting board, and they are working on it. So maybe we just suspend business for a few minutes until we can get it fixed. Jim from Lee, Mr. Thompson, for what purpose you seek recognition? Please let the House come back to order. I'm informed that the computer appears to be working now. We're going to give it a shot and see. I'm going to recognize the Chairman of Ways and Means. We will go back to the calendar. We are down to item 18. Recognize the gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to that item 18, House Bill 877. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, 877 will give qualified resort status to any facility that is used for teaching or having live entertainment courses and art performances.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell. Try it, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe those entities or businesses that do teaching and?
Yeah, it's the gentleman from Hines. It's not really a business. This will involve a junior college campus in Harrison County that will be teaching these types of courses.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 877. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 94 yeas, 17 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Did you hear that? Sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. The next item is 19. If there's no objection, we would like to skip that and go to item 20.
You're recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House.
You want to call that bill up?
Yeah, I'd like to call it up and make the usual
calls
motion.
the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, item 20, House Bill 1135. I can go into a lot of specifics and detail, but this is basically will allow home delivery of beer, wine, and spirits directly from the package store, the grocery store, to the house. We are not changing the three-tier distribution model that we have in place, and obviously you have to be 21 to have it delivered to your home, and that's pretty much what it does.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question recurs on House Bill 1135. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 71 yeas, 38 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we can, we would like to skip items 21 through 28 and go to item 29, House Bill 572.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill will give qualified resort status to a location in Jackson County that is presently within the limited number of feet from a school. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's 400 feet. So this will allow that location to be able to have the sales of beer and light spirits. But we have been told, ladies and gentlemen, that there is no objection from the school and that everything is pretty much okay.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Will other situations similar to this have an opportunity to apply for the same status? It seems to me there may be some more situations where this would be applicable for them to also have this privilege, shall we say.
Well, gentlemen, we don't want to make it a blanket public policy of the committee or the state, because you may have in the future, you may have one of these schools or churches that would have an objection to the exception.
Thank you.
But if you, gentlemen, if you have such a specific situation, come see us and we'll be happy to talk to you about it.
In other words, it could be done individually.
Sure.
In the future.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Holding the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 572. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote of 92 yeas, 20 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to try to get back in line now, going back up to item 21, where we picked up last time.
Okay.
House Bill 886, call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The gentleman's recognized.
Would ask that you recognize the gentleman from Pearl River.
Gentleman from Pearl River.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the proper time.
You're recognized for your amendment.
It'll be better if I explain the bill and the amendment together before we move on the amendment for clarity purposes. This bill is simple. It pertains to concealed carry permit fees and training for full-time law enforcement officers. This bill will exempt our full-time law enforcement officers, or actually any certified law enforcement officer in the state, from having to pay the fees for concealed carry and for having to participate in the additional 8 hours of training for the enhanced concealed carry permits. Officers already get 40 hours of training when they go through the Law Enforcement Training Academy, and they're required to keep up with regular qualifications. So this is a good way to help our LEOs who sacrifice so much, make it a little bit easier on them to possess their firearms. So, any questions on the amendment?
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Gentleman Hill,
Yes, sir.
was any consideration given to members of this body that they don't have to pay the fees and go through that?
No, sir.
So what make them more special than us?
Well, they're way more special than us.
Well, most of the members in this body carry some form of firearm.
They
So
probably
why
have an
we-
enhanced concealed carry that they pay their fee for also.
So why we can't have the same privilege everybody else has? Why
Ask
we
that-
can't have the same privilege they have?
Why we can't have the same privilege
Privileges that they have,
police
yeah.
officers have?
Yeah.
Well,
Because 80% of the members in here carry weapons right now, every day on them. So why we can't get the concealed carry enhanced permit?
well, we're going to give them credit for their law enforcement training and the fact they put their lives on the line every day. Maybe they don't have to pay a fee.
Am I understanding you that the people who are carrying concealed weapons in here are not trained and should not be carrying them? And is that what you're saying?
They should be trained if they have an enhanced concealed carry permit.
So are you saying they are qualified or not qualified?
If they have their enhanced permit, they should be qualified.
So then why can't we get the exemption on the fees?
Why we can't
Oh, no, I
get
don't have to pay the fee. I'm a disabled veteran, I don't have to pay the fee.
Do you want, so you're wanting everyone in here to get an exemption on the fees?
Well, they're carrying concealed anyway.
And they pay their fee.
So why you won't waive the fee?
We're waiving the fee for police officers.
So you're saying the people here are not qualified to carry guns, what you saying?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. You're just making stuff up that I'm putting in my mouth now.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the bill, gentlemen, but what was the amendment?
So the amendment clarified in the original bill, we exempted them, but we did not change the mechanism by which they prove that they're a law enforcement officer. So just put in there that they have to provide a letter from their agency saying they're employed and they've been through the Law Enforcement Training Academy.
Gentleman from Wayne, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Pardon my ignorance on this. I was just curious as to why a law enforcement officer would need a concealed carry permit.
Okay, so they're technically exempted from the concealed carry statute in our state. However, other states do not recognize their law enforcement status. So when they travel to a state with reciprocity, they cannot technically carry a firearm in that other state. So many law enforcement officers opt to get the concealed carry permit anyways, so they can travel with their firearms out of state.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, all right, I don't see any further questions. All right, question occurs on the amendment. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 886. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Is everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 22, House Bill 965. Call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you recognize the gentleman from Rankin to handle this bill.
Gentleman from Rankin.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 955 is a bill to establish a procedure to allow the owner of a manufactured or mobile home, community, or landowner on which someone else's manufactured or mobile home is abandoned to seek to dispose of the home by public sale. This is a bill that we passed last year. It was pulled in the Senate to satisfy the Sheriff's Association and the Tax Collector Association. Now everybody's happy. The details of it, there's a notice to the owner of the abandonment. There's a proceeding that's filed in court by the community owner or the landowner, the appointment of a commissioner for the finances, and public notice of a sale. There's a public sale that is conducted by the sheriff after a newspaper notice and posting a bill of sale to the highest bidder, and a confirmation by the court for the distribution of the proceeds. The proceeds from the funds go after sale expenses to unpaid taxes, to debts and liens being paid to the owner, or for removal of an uninhabitable home. If the owner does not appear in court, the owner's funds will then go to the state treasurer's unclaimed properties fund. So that's my explanation of the bill. That's what it does. There is no means in the law now to dispose of abandoned mobile home or manufactured home property. So I'll be happy to yield for questions if there are any.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
I do.
Now, gentlemen, I respectfully disagree. There is a very convoluted, confusing statute that's present on the books. Do you know, and I like what you're doing, but do you know if this particular bill deletes that present provision that deals with an abandoned mobile home?
I don't believe that there is a way to get a title clear currently on the books.
Okay, this dealing with title.
Yes.
How about a non-titled mobile home?
I think this only deals with those that are titled and placed in a mobile home community.
I got you.
And are abandoned.
Okay. As this bill moved through the process, would the gentleman be open to possibly expanding this?
I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. If there are no other questions, I move final passage.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 955. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you. Next item is number 23, House Bill 997. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there was a committee amendment. Y'all have that? Y'all do? Okay.
You recognize for your amendment?
Mr. Speaker, that was a committee amendment. I believe it's already been presented. Okay. I'm going to just explain that amendment with the bill, and then we're going to have another amendment later, but I'll go ahead and explain the bill and the First Amendment at this time. So Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to address the problems that we have at the liquor warehouse, and that's what this bill would do. This bill, House Bill 997, would remove the government from the business of warehousing liquor, and it would allow essentially new business opportunities to open up in this state, which will provide millions in economic capital investment and economic dollars to come into the state, as well as a significant number of new jobs, in allowing the private sector to enter the wholesaling of liquor and wine business, and would remove, as I said, the state from that business, thereby saving us money. There have been, no doubt, many of you have heard over the years, and specifically in the last year or so, the problems have been manifested out there at the warehouse. And I have heard myself, and I'm sure you are like me, have heard complaints from businesses all across this state, restaurants, package stores, and the like, that are on the retail side, about the problems that they've had in running their business. Their business is completely dependent on how that wholesale warehouse runs in Gluckstadt. And when it doesn't run well, those businesses suffer. And that means there are jobs across the state that suffer because of it. There's nobody to blame but us, but that's what happens when you have the government in charge of something that the private sector should be doing. And so that's where we are right now. This bill would, effective January of '22, allow a new permit in the state for the wholesaling of liquor and wine. It would then, at that point in time, give the current warehouse 6 months to wrap up its operations, where it would shut down as of July 1st of '22. And then from that point forward, the retail package stores and restaurants would buy their product from these people that are in the private business. We have received commitments from multiple companies that they're willing to come to this state, invest millions of dollars, provide jobs in this state, and they're just going to do a better job. They're going to be able to meet the demand that's out there right now. The supply that we are able to provide is somewhere down here, and the demand is somewhere up here. The private sector is going to do a much better job of meeting that demand. Right now, you may not know, we charge a 27.5% markup, no different than a tax. That's what it is. But 27.5% markup on every product that comes through that warehouse. This would also cut that tax by a third, take it down to about 18%. And so for those who may be worried about how is this going to affect the state budget, the state dollars, let me explain that. Right now, we net approximately $80 million off that 27.5% markup. We don't want to get rid of all that. We can't afford to just get rid of that. But what we can do is cut that tax, and that's what taking it down to 18% does. And so on paper, initially, that $80 million would turn into about $55 million. However, I believe it's sound economic policy to say that when the private sector enters that industry and enters that market and starts providing the services that they're going to provide, they will meet the supply will meet the demand, and it will rise. And therefore, I submit that it will not be very long at all before we're making in excess of the amount of money that we're bringing in now. And I feel like the state will be better off because of what we're doing, in addition to the jobs and the millions in capital investment that will come into the state because of this. Mr. Speaker, that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? Jump from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen,
yes, sir.
You answered my first question. My second question, can you move this up to July?
Well, unfortunately, gentlemen, these companies are going to have time to get here. And I asked one of the CEOs when I was meeting with him back in the fall, straight up, I said, if we put this at January 22, can you be here? And his answer was, we'll be there. So they got to have time to hire people, lease warehouses, build warehouses, those types of things. And so we're hopeful. I think January, it's less than a year, so it's a pretty aggressive time frame.
And one quick question, how many employees are going to be affected by this move?
There's approximately, as I understand it, a little shy of 100, maybe 80 to 90 employees out there at the warehouse. Those employees would be the first ones I would go hire if I were one of these new companies. So I would expect a lot of those employees to be picked up by the new wholesalers, where, quite frankly, they'll be making more money.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Question, if a wholesaler, a private wholesaler isn't physically located in the state, can they still have an option to get the permit and like the wine of the month groups that, could they still buy the permit and still be another avenue for a non-physically located wholesaler?
Gentlemen, no. The way it's currently drafted is that wholesaler has to come and be present and invest here in Mississippi.
The lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a limit on the number of distributors, wholesale distributors?
No.
Okay,
And so what will most likely happen, you've got 3, maybe 4 larger businesses that will come in that do this they operate in a lot of our neighboring states, and they'll come in, they'll have big warehouses, and then you've got a smaller tier of businesses, whether they be boutique wine wholesalers and things of that nature, that will come in as well. And so it'll be wide open for anybody who wants to participate in that business.
Gentleman from Neshoba, Mr. Bound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just if it coming down the road, if we ever got to the point where grocery stores were allowed to sell wine, would like some of these bigger retailers buy from their distribution centers, or would it come from these private distribution centers?
Now, this has nothing to do with the retail side of things. And so I don't want anybody to get confused. This is simply dealing with the wholesale side of these products. The only thing that would change for the retailers is who they buy it from. Instead of dealing with the warehouse in Gluckstadt, they'll have private salesmen, and they'll be buying from these other companies.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine.
Hold on,
Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
Speaker, we have another amendment. There was the committee amendment, and there is one more amendment that needs to be added.
Oh, okay. Well, you're recognized for your amendment. All right, we need to vote on this amendment. All in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Now we have a second amendment. You recognize for your second amendment, gentlemen. There's a space under the glass there, gentlemen. You can slide it under the glass. All right, you recognize for your amendment, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment it actually kind of coincides with the first amendment that was adopted in committee. It provides regularity in the credit side. Basically, it just says that these wholesalers cannot offer credit options that are more favorable to one retailer versus the other one. We want them to be treated fairly across the board, and that's what this amendment is dealing with.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Anything further on the bill?
Nothing.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm not really familiar with the liquor stuff, but if a liquor store now orders through the warehouse.
Yeah.
And they order specially, what happens if these wholesalers don't handle a few of these specially?
Tell me what you mean by specialty.
That's where I couldn't help you because I'm not sure. I just know I talked to someone at the liquor store, if they order a small amount of what is it? Bays what? Mad Dog 100, 2020. Whatever, I don't know, but I guess the question is, if now the liquor store, the wholesale, I'm over here, the wholesaler will order any amount. I mean, yeah, right now, the ABC will order any amount, right?
Gentlemen, if you want some Mad Dog, I'm sure there's plenty of people in this audience that could help you get some Mad Dog, if that's what you really want. I'm not sure I understand your question, gentlemen. They'll be able to buy whatever
Let me explain it a
is
little bit
sold.
slower. The local liquor store, through these wholesalers, can order anything they want, and the wholesalers, if they don't provide that particular brand, how do they get it? Has I made it clearer than that?
Gentlemen, I believe if nobody sells that brand, then they won't be able to buy it. But I believe, I'll just give you an example. In the state of Tennessee and the state of Louisiana, this is exactly how they run their liquor warehouse. And I'm not aware of any product that you can get here in Mississippi that you can't also get in Tennessee or Louisiana.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Gentleman at the Wamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
Has there been any consideration given to, you may be able to tell me better, why are we lowering it so much? Was there any consideration given to the fact that we might be able to lower it less than that, maybe half of what we're lowering and put that on something else like lowering some other tax?
Here's the reasoning behind that, gentlemen. It's good to cut taxes, first of all. 27.5% on a bottle of wine, that's pretty hefty.
But some people don't use that, so they're not going to get that break. Why can't we put it on something else, part of that?
I understand where you're coming from, gentlemen, but here's the deal. We don't want to cause harm to the market, okay?
Right.
And so what we're missing in the market right now is a wholesaler's markup. In other words, these businesses, they got to make money, okay? So the purpose of reducing it approximately 10% is to ease this into the market, so therefore the end price of the product does not substantially increase. Does that make sense? It's to give some room for that markup that those wholesale businesses are going to have. And so if we didn't do that, then you would have some potential problems with the market that could affect sales and have a negative effect. So this is just to ease that entry into the market for these wholesalers. And so it doesn't have a detrimental effect on the price.
But you feel that that's the lowest amount that we could reduce it?
It's around 10%. You talk to some of these folks, they say they're going to mark it up at least 10 or 12% as their profit, possibly more than that. But that's where it was designed to be.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman, mine's Mr. Bell.
Speaker, gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think to help the gentleman from Gulfport's question that he asked about not being able to find certain spirits in different stores, would this bill increase the opportunity for more diverse liquors to be sold in the state of Mississippi?
I believe it would. We're limited by how much space we have out there in that warehouse, and this would open it wide up.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Say that our system right now is somewhere between the East German and the North Korean model as far as state control. Maybe this would be a little free enterprise.
Gentlemen, you've given us a lesson on world history today. I appreciate that.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 997. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 104 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Okay. We're going to skip item 24, and I move to 25. We'll call up House Bill 1137 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This bill simply places into statute what the Department of Revenue is already doing, most of what they're already doing as far as the valuation of agricultural land for tax purposes. And it does make one change that from what we currently have. A few years ago, we had and it's the way the market works from time to time, you'll have a skyrocketing price of commodities, whether they be soybeans or corn or you name it. And this current taxing model, it's a very complicated formula, but it's based off currently a 3-year average that takes into consideration commodity prices. And so what happens when you do that, you have a spike in commodities, people's farmland tax-wise jumps way up. And it can be felt with pretty big swings in just a year or two's time. So this is designed to smooth that out going forward, and it changes that 3-year average to a 10-year average. So in years that you may have a big jump in the commodity prices, that you don't see rural landowners and farmers take such a big hit on their taxes. So that's what this bill does.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1137. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, we're going to move to item 27, House Bill 1197. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would give some flexibility to community colleges and IHL, other universities, to allow them to use the design-build method of construction in situations where it makes sense. Design-build is a situation, basically, for those who may not know, where you call up the contractor and said, we want a parking garage, or we want a standard dorm, or whatever the building is. We don't want to spend a lot of resources and time and energy on architecture and engineering fees and all that. So you basically just hire a contractor, a one-man shop. You go build it, and you can save some of those soft costs in a contract like this. And so it makes sense in certain circumstances to give them the flexibility to do that. In other parts of state government, we already allow this, and so that's what this bill would do. If they decide to do it, they've got to make a finding on their minutes that it would be in the best interest of the entity and the taxpayers to use this particular method. And then there's also there is an amendment to this bill as well that I have, Mr. Speaker. Some language that quite frankly I meant to include in the committee, and I failed to do that. So at the proper time, I have an amendment.
You recognize.
Okay. This is language that should have been included in the committee, in this bill in committee. It's language that assists with the purchasing and procurement laws around these types of projects, and it would just give them the flexibility to use other methods when they're purchasing products and things of that nature in the procurement world. So that's an explanation of the bill. I'm sorry, of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines. All right, I don't see any questions. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Anything further?
I have nothing further.
Okay. Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hearn.
Thank you. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
So if a junior college or any junior college or college could enter into this agreement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so this actually will help with some of the financing that we need on some of these projects to get them to be completed. Is that correct?
That's right. Essentially, gentlemen, think about it. If you're going to go on your college, you're going to go build some fine, big, fancy building, it makes sense to spend a lot of time with the architect and make sure you get it just so. But if all you need is a parking garage, you don't need to go spend a ton of time and money procuring architects and all that. So you can save money by just telling the contractor, you go handle all of that, including the soft costs, go build me a parking garage.
Would this be retroactive to some of the bond measures that we've already passed in past years so they can get some of these projects completed?
Gentlemen, I don't know that we can do that, but
Will you just check and see if it's feasible?
We'll check on that.
Yeah, because it might help us with some dorm issues we have at some of these community colleges.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1197. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item number 28, House Bill 1296. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This bill is dealing with our historic property tax credit program. There was some, we reauthorized this program last year, put some new money in it. It's a very good program, but it did have some technical changes and amendments that needed to be made. There were some problems dealing with communication between archives as well as DOR, and some problems dealing with some of the $12 million cap that we placed, annual cap that we placed in there. And so really this just cleans up some of that language. We were able to work with archives and DOR over the last year to try to just make it an easier, more streamlined process for the people who apply for these tax credits and the people at DOR and archives who are administering them. I was able to work with the lady from Hattiesburg on this, and this is a bill that's very dear to her heart as well. She put in a lot of time working on it, and I appreciate that very much. And we have heard from folks all over the state that participate in this program about why these changes were needed, and so that's really all the bill does. It just cleans it up and streamlines the process.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1296. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
We've already done item 29, so we'll move to item 30, House Bill 762. Call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This is a very simple bill. It just revises the purposes for which prior old bonds that were authorized for the town of Wesson may be used. Lady from Lincoln has worked on this bill.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 762. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
We're going to skip item 31, Mr. Speaker, and move to 32, House Bill 945. I'll call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
I would ask that the gentleman from Rankin be recognized to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 945, we added a reverse repealer in committee as an amendment. I would like to table that amendment.
Motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? Okay, I don't see any. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Amendment is tabled.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back on the bill. 945 will, right now, currently, when you do a petition for alcohol sales, the liquor sales have 20% or 1,500, whichever number is lesser. This will have the effect on the beer and light wines the same. It'll just clarify that they're going to be exactly the same as far as your petition goes. So it just adds, or it has the petition of 20% of the electorate or 1,500, whichever number is lesser. That's all this does. Any questions?
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 945. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine. Madam Clerk, by a vote of 96 yeas to 16 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1288, item number 33. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, 1288 is for our coastal counties. This will allow a passenger vessel that holds at least 49 passengers. It will give them the ability to sell alcohol on their tours or their cruises right off the coast, within a mile of the coast. It only affects the bottom 3 counties of the state. That's the explanation of the bill, sir.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Tipper, Mr. Steverson.
Jim, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
So if we vote for this, this is going to legalize booze cruises?
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm for it.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1288. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 96 yeas, 13 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
We're going to skip down to item 36, House Bill 1230. I'll call that up and make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
House Bill 1230 is a very simple bill. This would allow MDA to extend their programs where they currently attract businesses and jobs and different things that they do, but extend those to businesses that want to locate on tribal lands located in the state.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1230. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, with that, we appreciate your time. Ways and Means yields the floor.
All right. Ways and Means yields the floor. Brings us now to the general calendar. Item 1, Workforce Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item 1, House Bill 1301, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, we have a committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1301 is pretty much exactly the same bill that this House passed 121 to nothing last year that the governor vetoed. We did make some changes. It requires all students, not just CTE students, to take the ACT work keys. The ACT work keys assessment will be administered in the 9th, 10th, or 11th grade. That will be decided by the school district. An expert citizen can be determined to have a teacher's license for 1 to 5 years instead of just the 1 year. The ACT work keys assessment will be weighed at the same percentage as a standard ACT assessment. It also requires institutions of higher learning to prepare their students for the Praxis Core Academy skills for educators examination of the Praxis 1 and 2. That is an explanation of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I would like to address the House on another issue that is directly related to this bill.
Okay.
No, the body needs to hear this. Ladies and gentlemen, I received a message earlier this morning that if we pass this bill, it will be vetoed. So before you vote on this bill, I want you to understand what has transpired. Last year when the governor vetoed this bill, he told us that the policy was good. He agreed with the policy that it violated federal law and jeopardized the Perkins funding for K-12. We had our staff attorneys look at this. They came back and they said, show us where it does it. They never showed us, the Department of Education never showed us anything where it violated any law or put that funding in any jeopardy whatsoever. So the bill is a good bill. It does what this body wants it to do. Another thing, the Department of Education has actually implemented in their policy what we had in this bill last year. So they're already doing it. We're just sort of codifying the law with what they're doing. We'll put it into the law in case they ever wanted to change their policy. So we've had multiple meetings over the summer and the fall, multiple times. The governor's office, the Department of Education, we have asked for their input. We have asked for their direction. We have asked if they've had any issues with anything. So I find it really strange that today that we get the message that this bill is going to be vetoed if we pass it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good bill. This changes the way our educational system looks at CTE programs across the state. And I'm telling you, as your chairman of Workforce Development, that this is a good bill. It's going to make a difference in your schools. It's going to make a difference in your citizens and their kids' lives. We are dealing with a public that needs help. Our school systems needs help, and this is the opportunity to do it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions, jump from Scott and Mr. Miles.
Would the chairman yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your hard work on this bill, pushing forward the ACT and the ACT work keys on the way that it helps our children. Would you agree with me that if I told you I had an email from ACT that said that the ACT and the ACT work keys met the federal requirements, that they seem to throw these myths and just plain out lies about that they would not mess with the federal funding, and they do meet the federal requirements?
I have seen nothing, gentlemen, that would jeopardize any funding to our state from the federal government if we do this.
It will not do that if we adopt the ACT work keys, and then also if we adopted the ACT doing away with the others as well, you would not lose federal funds. So that myth or lie or half-truth that they like to say in other places from these government bureaucrats, it's just not true. So I have the email from ACT from a couple years ago, and they still stand by their stance that the ACT and the ACT work keys reaches all federal requirements on both levels of this. So that myth is not true. So thank you for your hard work on getting this passed.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes.
Well, you'll agree with me then that if even if things on life support, we're going to send it on out of here and it'd be a good bill, right?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Over the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1301. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to the next item, House Bill 539, and we also have a committee sub.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. You recognize.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is an identical bill to the one you just voted on. We just want two avenues with the same bill, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 539. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item number 3, House Bill 849, and make the usual motion, and we also have a committee sub.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, last year we passed Senate Bill 2564, which created the Office of Workforce Development for the state. It was our understanding that the Speaker of the House would have 3 recommendations to the governor, and the governor would pick 2 of those people to serve on that board. At this time, the governor has not filled those positions. The Speaker has made his recommendation, and that board is making some decisions, or needs to make some decisions, that I feel like that this body, through the Speaker, should have input on the workforce of this state. So this bill removes those appointments from the Speaker, from the governor, and gives them to the Lieutenant Governor. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 849. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 113 yeas, 6 nays, bill passes. Next item. Accountability.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call up HB 1315, and we'd like to take up the committee sub.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman moves the committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
We've talked for years about doing away with some of government, trying to shrink government, and some of the way we can do that is by eliminating some of the commissions and boards that are out there that are, we feel like are impeding progress and getting jobs and allowing people to make a living in the state. HB 1315 repeals the registration for professional art therapists, or licensing, or the licensing of auctioneers, interior designers, wigologists and wig specialists, and massage therapist. It has in the title funeral directors, but they have been taken out. That's what the committee sub did. I'll be ready to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Scott, Mr. Miles.
Well, the Chairman Neal?
Yes.
Just a couple questions on this bill here. I had a couple of concerns from some people that were asking questions. So now, to become a massage therapist, what do you have to do?
It doesn't stop you from getting training if you want to do that, and if you want to hang out a shingle, and we'll let the people around who need that sort of service, then there'll be a judgment of whether you can go ahead with your business or not. It does not keep them from getting any education or any way to learn the practice.
So there's no certification there anymore that's going to be required by the state?
That's right.
So we talk a lot about human trafficking and different things from that aspect. I think from what I've been told, and I may be wrong, but what I've been told, the reason why this board was created was to cut down with the prostitution and human trafficking and things of that. Do you see a concern where there's no follow-up with those massage parlors that might lead to that?
Well, I don't know. I don't have that. I've never thought about that. But the thing about it is, there are people out there who legitimately want to do this kind of thing, and we just felt like the qualifications don't necessarily need to be met by the government. They need to be met by the people who use those facilities.
So you don't think a follow-up to make sure to follow up that they're not, you know, that they're doing everything that they're supposed to do, that some of these massage parlors don't have the thought that the Department of Health may be coming by to make sure that they're not, I'm trying to tread lightly with this, not doing anything that they're not supposed to be doing inappropriately? I'm not saying that anymore. That's what it's going to lead to.
There's not any provision, I understand, that, there's not any provision in repealing this that prevents the Department of Health going by and checking on
facilities. But we're doing away with that board, though, aren't we, that they have to answer to?
Yes.
So where's the follow-up going to be there?
Well, if there is one of these in an area, the Board of Health will still have the possibility of going in there and checking if they desire.
But if there's no board for them to answer to, will they still be there?
Well, there's a law. If they're doing things they're not supposed to do. And there are people that, you know, if they're in a situation where there are filthy conditions and things like that, eventually that could possibly put them out of business.
I think the concern, though, from a lot of people, though, is that, you know, that it might lead to, you know, some of the things that we mentioned before, that it was created therefore to have like someone to follow back up, so to make sure there was not human trafficking going on, there was not prostitution, there was not inappropriate things that are going on that's not really against the law, and the board was who they kind of answered to, and they had the thought that they would have them to follow back up there.
Well, we have new law passed in the last few years that deals with child trafficking or human trafficking. And, you know, that's some of the things that we didn't have when this board was established.
Okay. So now, I know, like, for example, if you're an auctioneer in Mississippi, that you have to be certified by the, you have to go to auction school, and you have to be certified by the board to have good standing to make sure that you're running a legitimate business and that sort of deal. So will these auction houses that pop up and things, will they still be a business, or will they be required to just have that on their own or not?
The way I understand the bill, the way it's written, is that they would be able to stand on their own.
Okay. All right, thank you.
To get back, the attorney just whispered in my ear that they would still have the possibility of the Board of Health coming by and checking, and with people, telling people about the place and that type of thing. It would not prohibit from people from checking on it. There's also laws in effect that would allow them to be, somebody write a report to the police or turn it in to the police go by there and check. There's other avenues now.
But we are eliminating the boards that follow up from the, I guess, the art therapists, the auctioneers, the interior designs, and the massage therapy that holds those businesses accountable.
Right. The thinking is that, you know, a lot of these subjects that we're looking at now are not a once-in-a-lifetime deal. It's not whether somebody could be entirely injured for an extended period of time or taking away a benefit of a lifetime. You know, like if someone were selling a house, we have the realtor board and things like that.
Well, that was my next question. You read my mind. Why are we picking and choosing which boards that we eliminate? Why don't we eliminate all of them?
We're looking at things, like I say, where there's a once-in-a-lifetime thing that could really damage a person financially or otherwise. So these things do not seem to fall in that category, so that's the reason they were chosen.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I've spoken with cosmetology board attorney, and I made a commitment to him that I would not speak negatively against this. He informed me that cosmetology board was going to be sending a letter to you informing you of certain circumstances that were taking place regarding this piece of legislation. I said, but after having talked with multiple members of the industry, they hit me at a spot that hurt me a lot. They say, if you don't stand up for what has fed you and educated you and your family, if you won't stand up for this, you won't stand up for anything. And I kind of agree with that synopsis. So I try to be a person of my word, but in this instance, I'm going to violate my word. Gentlemen, why was the Board of Cosmetology initially formed? We say that this is job creating. What is it about this that prohibits people from working now? I know thousands of cosmetologists. I know in the state of Mississippi, I know at least 40 school owners, and each school owner has instructors and assistants, and the instructors have to have continuing education hours. They have to pay for those CEUs. The state collects fees for licensure. So I'm trying to understand how we're, first of all, prohibiting people from working.
These and other things in our state that we have boards and commissions on, we feel like there are so many that it limits the possibility of some people just having a knowledge of what they're doing keeps them from getting a license. They don't have the money to apply for a license. They don't maybe have the educational skill, but there are some people who can do some things that they just know how to do. They've learned over the years. It's kind of, they've been trained to do it, but there's not an educational thing. And what we're looking for is boards that we can cut back on. The cosmetology board's still going to be there. It's not being taken away.
We don't want routine inspections, and one of the problems, and a lot of the people that have a little age understand what I'm saying when I mean contagious. And I'm happy that the gentleman, the chairman from Public Health, walked by me. And I'm not going to pick on him. But, my primary question to you during the committee meeting on this was, how did this wind up not being in public health? Because when we start talking about the spread of contagions, and we're not talking about sanitation, and the reason that cosmetology rules were put in place and boards were formed was because people were going out and they were creating situations where skin diseases were being transferred, ringworm, tetanus, and so forth. So my question again is, if we know these to be existing problems, and if these boards are policing these salons and schools to prevent the spread of these contagions to the general public, is this body willing to assume the liability when those contagions are spread from individual to individual?
First of all, I didn't write this bill. I didn't assign it to our committee. I'm telling you that this is what this bill does. It doesn't do anything with the Board of Cosmetology.
I'm past that, gentlemen. Sanitation and sterilization.
Okay. The only things that has to do with the Board of Cosmetology is the threading and the makeup artist. There's a lawsuit right now which this will eliminate on the threading.
And I promised that I wouldn't discuss that lawsuit.
Well, this will eliminate that lawsuit. And
we hope.
Well, I feel like it will. But, I mean, that's the information that I get. I've never had my eyebrows threaded at all.
And I think we have, and I don't mean to cut you off, Jimmy, but I think we have a lot of ladies in the chamber that participate in this great body as members. And I think they have had tweezing, wax removal, sewing, gluing. So I think they understand the importance of cleanliness and sanitation. And when we go in to get our nails done, whether it be our fingernails or our toenails, and they have those UV lights, and they have the alcohol in the troughs, and the tools are in those methods for sanitation, it's to prevent the spread of those contagions. Again, my question is, what happens when it's not a question of whether it's going to take place, what happens when we start to have outbreaks of these contagions again?
What lady do you think would go?
Excuse me, let me intervene. Gentlemen, this bill doesn't have anything to do with cosmetology.
Oh, we're talking, one of the arts that we're dealing with repealing, Mr. Speaker.
I don't think this bill has anything to do with cosmetology.
Wigologist is cosmetology, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, well, you're educating me then on something I didn't know.
One of the things that took place when I first came here,
I didn't know wigology pertained to fingernails. Excuse me, gentlemen. I didn't know wigology pertained to applying fingernails and toenails and stuff like that. I thought wigology was with wigs.
Right, I haven't gotten to the wigologist section yet.
Well, I guess we got a long way to go, gentlemen. I don't understand the line of questioning, I guess, because you're questioning about things that are not contained in the bill.
Well, I'm planning on I'm in cosmetology. I'm going to move to wigologist, and then I'm going
maybe then if you would help if you just got to the wigology then, because I think the members are confused.
I'll be more than happy to move to wigology now.
Okay.
Okay, gentlemen. Just trying to keep us on track. That's all. Keep us relevant.
I don't know of any woman that wouldn't go to one of these places that expected these things to be there. As far as hygiene and things like that. If they're going there for that, they're probably doing it finding somebody on the side anyway. People expect today to be in a sanitary condition wherever they are. But the wigologist, I think you and I had a discussion about that the other day.
We did, and I hope that the chair did adequate research to find out why we still have that as a mandatory requirement for the appropriations for cosmetology.
Well, this will eliminate that, and also it will not affect anything that's already in progress as far as those people like you talked about that had this until they die. That will remain the same. This will not do anything away with any of that. This will just emphasize or even extend what we did before about repealing it. This will take it all out, and when those people pass away, that will pass away too.
Gentlemen, I hope you were able to ascertain that wigology is a dead art. And the only thing that we were doing was allowing those 10 or less grandmothers or great-grandmothers, whoever they are, that had licenses to simply, and I don't know how to put this politically correct, but simply die off with their licenses. You know, a lot of us just say, I have my license 50 years, I want to die with my license.
Well, this will
it is not being taught in school. It is not being licensed currently.
Right.
So, again, if it already has been removed from the roll, why are we focusing on it in this piece of legislation?
We're just removing it completely. But the agreement for those people that you're talking about will still stand. This has nothing to do with that agreement.
Well, again, my concern was, why are we addressing an issue that's already dead?
This just takes it off the book. This is taking
And I know
taking
you're not
it
the
out.
author, so I'm not trying to beat up on you, I promise you. But with contagions, I'm very concerned about the spread of contagions through the use of equipment and/or tools that are non-sanitized. So I want the body to understand, my position there. And again, I don't think it is prohibiting job creation. I think the state is receiving a lot of revenue from each of these areas through licensure and through fees. And my concern again is people have to conduct the process for licenses, so those to me are jobs. People are educating those persons that are receiving those certificates or licenses for massage therapists, art therapy, funeral home directors, whatever we want to title it. The general scope of the things that we're dealing with here. Auctioneers, as the gentleman prior to me made reference to. So is it an attempt by this body to eliminate those fees for licensing from existence? Because if we give a blank ticket, then why do people need to go and get a license?
Well, we won't have that license money, and it won't be coming in, but we will also be cutting off boards and commissions in this bill that would give us a free enterprise system, and it would shrink our government, and that's what one of the goals is.
So it is the intention to remove that revenue stream that is created from those licenses and fines and fees, and that's our intention, is to lose that revenue stream.
Well, that goes with what we're doing.
Well, I think this body needs to be made knowledgeable of that, because when we say we're in the process of creating jobs, we have jobs, we have 40,000.
Excuse me, gentlemen, this is a question and answer, please, sir. So ask a question, please.
We have 40,000 licensees. Are we planning on just giving that money away?
What was the question again?
We have 40,000 licensees. Are we planning on just giving that money away?
That money often covers the cost of those boards, right? It goes back in, we give them opportunity to spend that money. Is that not true?
No, sir, we do not. We give them an opportunity to spend a small percentage of the money that they collect, and you know as well as I know, both of us came here together, that in most instances, when you have a board that has money in the bank, the legislature tends to sweep that money. So
we won't have that opportunity anymore.
Question.
We won't have that opportunity anymore if this happens.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Gentleman Jackson, Mr. Reed.
Gentleman Neal,
Yes, sir.
am I understanding that you're eliminating boards, auctioneer boards, massage therapy? These are boards that that contribute dues. The state draws money for the coffers from these boards, and you're going to eliminate them?
That's what this
These are state employees that will no longer be state employees. I think the more I listen, the more I think this needs to be thought, and I would move to table this piece of legislation.
Okay. Gentleman moves to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? All right, I don't see any. If you favor the motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it. The noes have it. All right, we'll continue. You yield for further question?
Yes, sir.
Or do you yield the podium?
I'll yield the podium.
Okay. Gentleman yields. All right. Question now recurs on House Bill 1315. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 72 yeas, 38 nays, the bill passes. Next item, workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll go to item number 5, House Bill 1263, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you recognize the gentleman from Lamar to handle the bill.
Gentleman from
No, you're going to need to offer the amendment.
Lamar. Gentleman from Lamar, recognized to present the bill.
Thank you. I'd like to explain the HB 1263. This bill basically gives anybody that's moving into our state that has an occupational license, that if they're moving, that our board automatically grants them that license. We want those type people to come into Mississippi. There are some stipulations. If the applicant has to hold a current license in good standing from the other state, they've been licensed by the other state for at least 1 year, and they satisfy all the criteria that we have under our current laws. This bill also provides that the license issued to the applicant will be in the discipline applied at the same practice level as determined by the Occupational Licensing Board. So if anybody has any questions about this bill, I'll take them at this time.
Questions? Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young. Okay. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
I have an amendment at the proper time, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Sir, yes, sir.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes. Now, is this driver's license? Is this wig license? I mean, is this license for wigs?
This is an occupational license, such as an architect, a nurse.
Toenails? Does this cover toenails too?
Well, I don't know if it covers toenails. I'll have to go research that and ask my chairman.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
In the top right-hand corner, what type of vote is this?
It's a vote by the House.
No. Does that say a 3/5 vote up there on the right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you know every time we have a 3/5 vote in the House that there's a tax in that bill.
I didn't know that.
Do you understand that these people that are moving in out of state could be taxed at a higher rate?
Well, I don't believe that, but does that really have to pertain to this bill?
I'm just asking you, is there a tax in this bill?
I don't believe so.
No further
They'll have
questions.
to pay their licenses fee.
All right, no further questions, gentlemen.
Thank you.
The lady from Lowndes, Ms. McLean.
I have an amendment at the proper time, please.
Okay. Gentleman from Perry, Mr. Gooden.
Bubba. Yes, sir. I yield.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir, I yield.
Why? No, I'm kidding. Are wigologists included in this bill?
At this time, I believe they would be, because we have not passed the bill preceding this one.
Good job, Bubba. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. I'm recognizing the gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen, for an amendment.
May I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sir.
All right, this bill works off of the Military Act we passed last session, wherein we provided basically reciprocity for those military families moving in. So the authors of this bill basically worked off of that. We came across some issues where we may have accidentally increase the burden on military families. So this amendment would simply separate the military spouses moving into the state from those individuals just moving into established residency. Under federal law, military spouses are not required to establish residency in the states they move into. This bill requires that those wanting to obtain an occupational license acquire residency. So this will just clarify that our military spouses will be treated differently than anyone else.
Questions? Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim, are you?
No, sir. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
So this clarifies the reciprocity piece for the spouses of those military people.
Yes, sir.
All right, because that was a big concern for us last year. Good amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Further questions on the amendment? I don't see any. Recognize the chairman to respond to the amendment.
We support the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the author to close on his amendment.
No, sir. Move to pass.
All right. Question recurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Recognize the lady from Lowndes, Ms. McLean, for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. I would like to offer this amendment to delete Section 1, subsection 14A, which relates to the practice of law, and to allow for licensing for out-of-state licensed attorneys with a minimum of 5 years of practical experience who have resided in the state of Mississippi for at least 2 years prior to application. And the kicker is they become employed by the state. They are either currently or become employed by the state of Mississippi. So this would allow for those who have out-of-state bar licenses to be able to practice in the state of Mississippi and work for an agency or for the state of Mississippi.
Questions?
Are there any questions?
Questions on the amendment? The gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Lady, these boards and agencies handle billions of dollars of money, of our taxpayers' money. Now, how is this going to change the requirement of what these people have to do with somebody that just goes to Justice of the Peace Court? Are they going to be more required to go to the Justice of the Peace and present themselves as an attorney than somebody that handles a $10 billion bond issue?
Well, sir, these would be licensed attorneys that have licenses in other states. This is not someone who's just going to show up and practice before the Justice of the Peace. But it also, there is a requirement that they have 5 years of practical experience. So they would have practiced under their license, and they happen to live in Mississippi. They've lived here for 2 years, and they can pay dues. There'll be fingerprint requirements. I'm sure there would be background checks as well, and that is also stated in this bill.
But lady, they wouldn't have a license to practice, they wouldn't be admitted to the bar, have a license to practice law in this state?
Yes, that's the purpose of this amendment.
So there would be, just like the board that we had before us that regulates everybody, but every lawyer now has a board that regulates their ethics and what they can do, and these folks wouldn't be subject to any board or regulation like that.
No, Mr. Reynolds, no, that would not be the case. They would certainly be subject to that. They would have the same requirements, and that's in the bill as well. It says that those who come from out of state must also be subjected to the same rules of whatever occupation it is that we require in the state of Mississippi. So if we have the ethics rules, we have other rules, they would be subject to our rules in Mississippi as well.
Who would enforce them if they weren't subject to the licensure requirements of the licensing body?
No, it would be the Mississippi Bar.
All right, gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Does the lady yield?
Yes.
What happens if an attorney working for the state quits that employment?
I would say they would still have their license to practice.
So their license remains? Okay, thank you, lady.
Yes.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Can you tell me, we're going to do this to everybody else that has a license in the state. Is there a reason why lawyers are special? That we shouldn't do it to them?
No, I think they should be on the same level, same playing field. If you have, say, a realtor, and they have a real estate license from another state, and they come into Mississippi, and they have passed those tests, just like lawyers have to pass the bar exam. You know, they've gone to an accredited law school. So,
and they have to be in good standing in that state.
Absolutely.
You know, this bill, which I authored, is to promote people to come to Mississippi, and so I don't understand why it's okay for everybody except attorneys. So I appreciate your amendment, and I hope people will pass this bill. It's important that we draw, we talk about brain drain, we talk about so many other things, but we want people from other states to get to come here and go to work.
Right. Thank you, lady. Appreciate that.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing. You got 10 seconds.
Oh, Lady Yield?
Yes.
Currently, what do lawyers from other states have to do when they come to Mississippi?
Well, it depends on if the state has reciprocity, where you have...
Excuse me, lady's time has expired. I recognize the chairman to respond.
Ladies and gentlemen, the lady did bring the amendment to me before we brought up the bill, but I've had several other members come to me to oppose this, and I recommend that we oppose the amendment.
All right, recognize the lady to close on her amendment.
Thank you. I will say that if a state has reciprocity with Mississippi, then you would automatically have a license. For instance, I'm a licensed attorney in Florida. Florida doesn't have reciprocity with Mississippi. So, full disclosure, this is self-serving. But I also feel that okay, I only have a short period of time, so let me finish. However, I do feel that those that are qualified and they have a license and they currently have a license should also be able to practice in Mississippi if you live here. I've been here for almost 7 years now. So, yes, it's been a long time since I went to law school. So what I would have to do is apply to the bar and take the bar exam. But I think in instances where you're working for the state and you're working for a very low salary, don't we want those very educated lawyers to come here and work? Thank you.
All right, question occurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Okay. If you oppose the amendment, indicate by saying no. Appears the noes have it. All right, amendment fails. Anything further on the bill?
Mr. Speaker, I move to final passage.
All right, I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1263. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 7, House Bill number 312. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Lincoln to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Working on House Bill 312. This comes to us from the Ag Commission, and what they want to do is the old Central Market Board was created back in the 40s. And if you're not familiar where it's located, it's on the corner of West Street and Woodrow Wilson, right there by the railroad tracks. It was a wholesale market operation for farm products. It's now defunct. The DFA has taken over the property, and the Ag Commission would like to get it under their wings there. The bill would abolish the old Central Market Board and move those powers to the Department of Agriculture so that it can properly manage the farmers market on High Street, including allowing it to operate a restaurant and make retail sales as well as possible wholesale sales. That's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 312. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 118 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to item number 8, House Bill 556. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. House Bill 566 is 16 section leases. It's brought to us by the Secretary of State on forestry and ag leases. Currently, there's a great demand for wood fiber, and on the current law, a forest lease is 3 years. This will move it to 10 years. It'll also allow different school districts to join in to have a larger supply of fiber and be more sustainable. It also will be overseen by the Mississippi Forestry Commission, and they have approved this section of the bill. The second section deals with ag leases. Currently, ag leases are 5 years. This will move it to 10. They will change it in that they will have to have acceptable best management practice oversaw by the Secretary of State's office and Mississippi State University. And the reason for this is to ensure that that land at the end of a lease is as good or better than it was at the beginning of the lease. So that's a brief explanation of the bill, and I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate I believe you're extending the agricultural lease period up to 10 years, allowing them to do that.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's a good thing. Gentlemen, I would ask you to look at some of the school boards, and I hate to say it. You know, they're supposed to have a contract in the leases on the 16th section that they require the leaseholder to pay the property taxes due on that section. Now, some have not been enforcing that properly, and as a result, the taxpayers are shorted and the school children are shorted. If we could get maybe some language in the process, gentlemen, that would assure that they make reasonable efforts to do such a thing, would you be amenable to the inclusion of that, at least on agricultural leases?
I will, and part of this agricultural lease change is to be sure that the school districts do not lose money, that the money goes to the school at the best bid possible. So yes, I'm amenable to that.
And gentlemen, you know what they would do, there's a provision in these leases that says that it's terminable at 40 days if they don't pay the taxes due after 40 days when they're delinquent. But they don't always enforce that, gentlemen, and that what I wanted to do was possibly to get some language that would make the school district or strongly encourage them to enforce that provision in the lease that's already there to say that they would collect those taxes for the school children and the others.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman Wayne, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just got a quick question about this extending forest products lease to 10 years. With the low cost of pulpwood right now, is that going to allow somebody to tie up a stand of timber for 10 years at a lower price?
Well, I've seen it and been told these short 3-year terms do not allow for a long-term supply. So it's two ways to look at that, but the Forest Commission is charged to give the best a bid possible. And I think by expanding it to adjoining school districts, they can have a larger supply of fiber to be able to make better bids on. And we all realize the problem with pulp pricing now, and hopefully that would change.
If somebody takes out a long-term lease, are they going to be required to harvest?
Yes, and that's charge of the Mississippi Forestry Commission to make, if that's the fibers there and needs to be harvested, be harvested.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
In the bid process, I'm just curious, do they have any way, a right of refusal, if for some reason the bid comes in extremely under fair market value? Is there any kind of recourse there, or?
Yes, then they could go to a private bid or refuse all bids if it's not acceptable bid.
Okay.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
In answer to the gentleman's question a while ago, as far as the number of years in turn on the lease, that wouldn't play into it one way or the other, because the Mississippi Forestry Commission is going to have full charge of when that timber would be auctioned off and bidded on to be harvested. Is that right?
That's right, correct. And it would be a public auction too if it gets.
It would be.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman to Wamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, you would yield?
Yes, sir.
If they're bidding off pulpwood stands to be cut, of course, there's a low value there. In 10 years, that would grow into saw timber.
Beg your pardon? It would grow.
It could grow into saw timber.
It really could in 10 years.
So if you bid it at a pulpwood price and had 10 years to cut it, you'd be losing a lot of money.
Yes, but that would be the charge of the Forestry Commission to make that determination.
The other thing is, if you got several tracts together or several school districts together and you said we're going to help somebody have a long-term solution to their timber problem, that could cut out the little man, could it not?
Well, I reckon that could be a possibility, but there again, I would rely on the Forestry Commission to make the best determination.
What we're trying to do is get the most of our kids possible, right?
Yes, sir. In 2020, 16 section land generated $73 million for the state of Mississippi. And this is through the Secretary of State's wish to continue that and increase that return.
It looks like they would, this 10-year sale, I don't know, I just can't fathom it as being a landowner myself, as being a good working relationship and getting the top price. It just doesn't make sense. But
well, I've been told by some experts that the 3-year is too short of a period for the leases to.
I don't know, unless it was if it's 600, 640
and
acres.
Upon renewal, they can extend to on the current lease.
But 640 acres, they could get that off easily in 2 years. So, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if the gentleman will yield.
Yes, sir.
Is the Secretary of State recommending the passage of this bill?
Yes, sir, this is their language.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 556. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 103, 4 yeas and 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item. Military.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 186. Make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Hines to handle the bill.
The gentleman from Hines recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill simply allows for better usage of our military service officers, and so we can move forward and help them. We got a great generation of veterans out there that need service, and this bill will help them and our counties out.
Questions? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield? Yes. You said the bill does what now?
The bill, what it will do, it will allow for, there are many organizations out there that charge fees for services that are provided by the Mississippi State Veterans Affairs Board. And it makes it so that they would have to put in print in writing that the veteran will have to sign that these services are offered for free by the Mississippi Veterans Affairs Board.
Do they do that in the signing in the North or the South Gallery?
Do what?
Do they do that in the North or the South Gallery?
No, right now there are organizations out there who charge fees for services up to 25% for. I got you.
No, you don't. Do they do that in the North or the South Gallery? Where's the North Gallery?
We're talking about the bill. Over there. Right now, there are organizations out there who are charging for services, and our veterans are being charged things that are free. And what we're asking for is these organizations be required to put in writing that these things should not, just inform folks that what they're paying for.
The gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hine.
Thank you. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Where's the Veteran Affairs Board located?
Where is it located?
Yes.
It's in Pearl, in Rankin County.
Okay. How are the veterans supposed to get there?
Well, they can drive there, but there are organizations out throughout the state who are charging veterans for services that are offered for free.
How many people on the board?
9 people.
Huh?
9.
Where they come from?
All over the state.
Who appoints them?
Well, they're appointed by several different places.
Who?
They're appointed from several different places, sir.
Several different places. So
entities.
The who is an entity. Which entity? I'm a little confused now. Can you explain that? Can you expound a little more, please?
Well, the governor appoints them.
Say again?
The governor appoints them.
Governor appoints them?
Based on recommendations from all over.
Okay. Is there an age requirement to serve on this board?
Say again?
Is there an age requirement to serve on the board?
Well, you have to have experience in military services.
Oh, so you have to be a veteran?
Not necessarily.
Are you a veteran?
Most of them are.
Are you a veteran?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you speaking from experience? Have you participated with this board?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So can you tell me how many paces from here to Pearl to the building?
No, sir.
Gentleman from Monroe, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Does this bill benefit Army or Navy more?
It'll be across the board. It'll be a great benefit. There are a lot of, right now we have a returning group of veterans who I feel is one of the greatest generations of veterans in our history. We've been in sustained war since 2003. Most folks who are retiring right now have been deployed 7 or 8 years of their careers, and we've never asked a generation to do this. And we got people who are preying on these veterans every day, making thousands of dollars of their benefits that they should be putting in their pockets.
Try it again. Jim from Monroe has further questions, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
We got one more gentleman, Jim from Lafayette, Mr. Williamson.
Gentlemen, thank you for looking out for our veterans. Would you agree that the Army Rangers are a more effective fighting force than the Marines?
Well, in serving in both of those branches, I would believe they're both different. There's only about 250,000 Marines on the face of the earth, and there are millions of Army members across the world. So there's just two differences, like comparing Walmart and Family Dollar. There's just two different size organizations.
I'll do that.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 186. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 187, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Hines to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill, it allows for boards of supervisors of various counties who are authorized to direct provide necessary office space and connectivity for veteran service officers. Oh, and it also requires for training as well, Mr. Speaker. I request it be called up.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 189. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 189 and make the usual motion.
182.
Oh, Lord.
That was the one I was going to do, and we just did it.
Okay.
So,
Which one? We had 4. Okay.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
1182. 1180. Are we on 1182?
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to revote that last bill. That last bill was 187, not 189. So I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to open the machine on 187, and we're going to vote that bill.
I thought that's what we did. Vote us, Larry.
If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Now, we are to 189. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We done called it up.
Yes, sir, I think we did.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from DeSoto to handle the bill.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Make sure I'm recognized.
Oh, she don't know. She's a smart lady. She's a certified nurse and ethicist. She said, y'all fix to put me out of business. I said, no, ma'am, we're not. We're going to help you. You're going to get your product quicker. Lord, she's
All right, recognize the gentleman to present 189.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that we voted on by mistake. It's just relocating the Persian War Memorial to Jackson, to where there'll be better foot traffic, there'll be upgrades that'll be made, and that's the explanation of the bill.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have had a computer, I would say malfunction, but we inadvertently voted on 189 a minute ago. We thought it was 187, but it was 189. Madam Clerk informs me that once a vote is taken, there's no way to undo it. So the vote that we took a minute ago on this bill was unanimous. There were no votes. If that is acceptable to the body, we can just go with it. If someone wishes to vote no on this bill, we will allow you to change that vote. Do you understand? Okay. If there are no objections, then the vote we took a minute ago will stand, which was, again, a unanimous vote with no votes. All right, I don't hear any objection to doing that, so that puts us back on track. We are now down to item 12, House Bill 1182.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1182 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under coming in, give us the weather updates and things. Currently, the federal statute covers them under the term veteran. Our state statute does not have them listed. So this admiral's bringing about 152 soldiers and their families to live here on the coast in an installation. They wear the Navy uniform. They wear the Coast Guard uniform. All we're doing in this bill is coming in compliance with the federal law of recognizes them as veterans if they completed their service. That's all the bill does, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1182. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 13, House Bill number 3. Call it up and make the usual motion.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, all this does is it says that outside advertising billboards can be built back to the height that they were approved at if they get blown down. Primarily for billboards along the coast, there is a protection clause in there to keep these boards from being converted to digital, which is something some of the other outdoor manufacturers ask for. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 3. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 14, House Bill 319. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill comes to us from DPS. It does two things. It waives the residency requirements for spouses of active military personnel when asking for when providing a concealed carry permit. And it also provides for when a driver's license is forfeited or denied, that when a hearing is requested by those that have been aggrieved, that the Commissioner of DPS be served and not just the Attorney General. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 319. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 15, House Bill 341, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill would allow for trucking companies to work with contract truckers, not employees of the trucking company, putting safety equipment in those trucks at no cost to the contractor, and eliminates co-employment and liability issues for the trucking company should they do this. And that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 341. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to go to item 16, House Bill 550, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, all this does, it does away with the intermediate driver's license.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 17, House Bill 573, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill provides that all bridges will conform to the latest codes of ASCE. We have typically been saying ASCE code 2011 or 2015. Now it says that they will just comply to the latest codes, and it provides that any bridge on a highway of 16 or on a road 16 feet wide or wider will be at least 16 feet wide, and that is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 573. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to, where are we here?
Number 18, gentlemen, 579.
Number 18, House Bill 579, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, when a motor carrier comes into the state, a hearing is required, and a lot of times those motor carriers have no action that they can take if they're denied a license. What this does is removes the requirement to have a hearing, says they may have a hearing if they want to, or they can issue the license. If they choose not to issue a license, the motor carrier can then request a hearing, and one will be granted within 20 days with a decision rendered by DOT within 10 days of the hearing. That is an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 579. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Go to item 19, House Bill 740. Call it up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Move adoption of the committee sub.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Please recognize the lady from Forest to explain the bill.
The lady from Forest, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen in the House, House Bill 740 would require the Department of Public Safety by June of 2021 to establish an alternative state identification card that shall operate just like the state ID cards issued under current law, except this card shall not require proof of domicile when that person does not have a domicile to list. I've spoken with the Department of Public Safety several times. They acknowledge that there's a need for this and have a genuine desire to work on this. That is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood. Passes. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady Gill,
I do.
does this also, substitute for any kind of voter ID type stuff? Does it give them a right to vote as well as far as?
This has nothing to do with anything to do with voting.
Okay.
To vote, you have to register to vote and provide that, the requirements that are required there.
But can this license be used as one of the instruments that's required to attain the voting rights in our state?
No, because you have to register to vote and provide domicile on a registration to vote.
I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 740. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 20, House Bill 1036. Call up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves it to rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, it simply exempts the residency requirement for getting a driver's license for the spouses and children of active duty military personnel. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1036. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Closed machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
To go to item 21, House Bill 1195. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Please recognize the lady from Forest to handle the bill.
The lady from Forest is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1195 seeks to classify seeks to classify electric bicycles as bicycles, not as motorcycles. There's already a 2007 AG's opinion that states that electric bikes should be considered and treated as bicycles, but due to the explosion in the market of electric bikes, or e-bikes as they're often called, for example, there's been a 197% increase in sales just from 2019 to 2020. We believe that it was important to have this language in code. The bill also would allow local governments or governing authorities to regulate or prohibit electric bicycles where there could be a safety issue. And that is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1195. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to skip item 22, ask it to retain its place on the calendar.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. That brings us number 23, Public Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 23, House Bill 73. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please recognize the lady from Forest.
Lady from Forest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 73 is just the act that establishes the chiropractors. All we're doing is extending the repealer to July of 2025. No other changes have been made. That is my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 73. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 24, House Bill number 95. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please recognize the gentleman from Jones.
Gentleman from Jones is recognized. We do have a committee sub. Gentlemen, do you wish to adopt it?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill to remove the repealer on the nursing home administrators. This is a bill that we've passed several years and it's worked real well. Right now we're just looking at removing the repealer and also allowing the applicant to be fingerprinted by the board and that cost to be reabsorbed through the application's fee, which the applicant will pay for. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
I don't see any. Gentleman from Holmes indicates he has an amendment.
Recognized, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. You're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I have an amendment, and it's an amendment that will allow any administrator who serves in the Mississippi State Legislature, who serve either on the Public Health or the Medicaid Committee, to be exempt from having to take continuing education courses. This is nothing new. Any member of this body who's a member of the bar, who's a licensed practice attorney, you know that each year that we get a certain amount of credits for just merely being a member of this body. Other members in other professions also get credit for continuing education courses. And what this will simply do is that the members of this body, in which I don't have no personal stake in this, but we do have members in this body who are hospital administrators, who are nursing home administrators, who presently still have to go, despite them passing the laws that they're being taught about in these courses, do not receive any credit. So what it merely does is that if you're a member of this body, you will not have to, and you're a licensed administrator, you do not have to do the continuing education courses each year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's the explanation of the amendment. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions. Lady from Lowndes, Ms. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, I do, lady.
So does this actually help someone here in the legislature? Is this self-serving towards someone that's actually here in our body?
Again, we do have members, and lady, I do know a couple of members who it probably would apply to. But for me, I think it's all about fairness. You know, I'm a lawyer.
I agree. Yeah. I do believe it's about fairness to everyone in our body, correct?
I think we agree on that, lady.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't see any, excuse me, there's one. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines, passes. All right. I'm going to recognize the chairman to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'll ask you to support this legislation, this amendment. We are going forward in the process, and so I will not guarantee that it will make it through the conference report, but at this time, we'd support the gentleman's amendment.
Gentlemen wish to close. All right. Question occurs on Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? All right.
Move for passage, sir.
I don't see anything. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 95. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 25, House Bill 160. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the repealer bill for the Department of Health. I know it's getting close to time, but I would just say real quickly, if you'll allow me, the Department of Health, as many other agencies, have done a great job during the past year and a half, a year and a couple months dealing with this pandemic. As I've said a couple times at this podium, that they don't start work at 8 o'clock and they don't finish at 5. They are working over the weekends, before 8, after 5, and their focus is really to get rid of this virus and try to protect us, the public, and keep us well. So I just want to thank them, their leadership team, and all of us call them often and at odd hours of the day, and so I just want to thank them publicly for what they're doing for this state. So, Mr. Speaker, we are just simply extending the repealer for this agency. They are not requesting any changes at this time. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 160. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 27, House Bill 1303. Call it up, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 26, House Bill 1302. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, bill considered and engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Committee substitute, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Will please adopt, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the gentleman from Holmes?
Gentleman from Holmes recognized. Present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, before you now is House Bill 1302. It's an update to the Optometric Practice Act. We've all heard from voices on both sides of this bill. And let me assure you, first of all, we're not rushing into anything with this bill. Many of you know you've been worried one way or another with this bill for several sessions now. For me, probably since I've been in the legislature. One side doesn't want us to do anything. One side's asked to do a whole bunch of stuff. I would submit to you that this bill is a cautious, measured approach to expanding access to eye care to our citizens in this state and in your districts. The Optometric Practice Act has not been updated since 2005, and it's not kept up with changes in both technology and training. Last year, if you'll remember, optometrists came to us asking us to treat them just like dentists and some others and just let them go define their practice and do their thing. That is not what this bill does, in spite of what anybody might tell you. This bill strictly defines exactly what that practice is. It doesn't go that far. And you're going to look in a minute at lines 34 through 108 of the committee sub at the beginning of the bill. They say exactly what the practice of optometry shall include, is what the bill says, what it shall include. In a nutshell, here are the changes. The meat of the bill expands the scope of practice for optometrists in our state to what our neighbors in Tennessee allow, and also, by the way, is currently where most of our optometrists are trained, is there in Memphis. To this, removal of lumps and bumps, expanded prescribing authority to go along with that, and oral immunosuppressives and injectables. It does not allow procedures that are allowed in both Louisiana or even the ones in Arkansas. This bill also does allow for a time-limited 3-year pilot program for one single laser procedure that is used to clear up foggy vision months or years after cataract surgery. The procedure is called a laser capsulotomy, if I'm saying that right. And there's been a lot of discussion about the pilot because it involves a laser. And so I maybe want to spend a little extra time on that. What it does is it authorizes the State Board of Optometry to select up to 20 optometrists to participate in the pilot. That's less than 10% of the roughly 330 optometrists that are in our state. So it allows for 20 to be selected to enter the pilot. Once selected, if they've graduated in the last 5 years, they've got this training. If not, there's a requirement. It requires 32 hours, an additional full semester of training from an accredited institution or program on this procedure. In addition, there's a requirement of an 8-hour preceptorship with either an ophthalmologist in this state or someone such as an optometrist or ophthalmologist in another state who is licensed in that state to do this procedure. In addition, with regards to the pilot, the Board of Optometry would collect all data from those 20 optometrists that participate in the pilot, and that data, including outcomes, would be reported to PEER for PEER to compile that data and report it to the House Chairman of Public Health and the Senate Chairman of Public Health here, so that we have some real facts and hard data on what's going on with that procedure with optometrists in our state. A few things as a reminder, because you've been inundated with a lot of handouts and a lot of information, and so I want to remind you and point you out a few things. Legislatures in our neighboring states of Louisiana, Arkansas, nearby Kentucky, and Oklahoma have trusted optometrists recently to practice to the full scope and extent of their training. Oklahoma's been doing these procedures for 30 years. We're not reinventing the wheel here. We're simply opening it up to our optometrists. The bill does not ask for invasive surgeries or injections into the eyeball or surgeries that require general anesthesia. Everything in the bill can be done in an optometrist's office. There are optometrists in 72 counties in our state, and in 36 counties they are the only eye care doctors available. Many of the procedures that optometrists are asking to do and that I'm asking you to allow them to do here today can be done when the patient first comes into the office. They're required by law now not to treat those people. They have to go and follow up, get an appointment. For my constituents, travel a long ways and hope for a fairly short appointment time to get in to see an ophthalmologist. And let me say this, I'm not here beating on ophthalmologists or our doctors in general. This is not about them. It's about access for our constituents to eye care in a changing medical world where our optometrists are able to do these procedures. And I've heard these horror stories of optometrists that are blinding people. They're terrible people. They're just going to do all these crazy things. And I've seen the pictures that have been circulated of these procedures and these infections and things that people have in their eyes. I just hadn't met that optometrist yet. I'm not saying there's not one out there that maybe is a bad apple. But the optometrists that I've met, the ones that I go to that treat me, that treat my family, the ones that you go to, they're good people. They're professional people. They're trained. They're not out here running some mill trying to blind all their patients or do things they're not supposed to do. And here they're simply asking to do what they've been trained to do. There's no denying that many of our young doctors, when they leave here and go get trained in Memphis or one of these other places, and they look at our state versus even just Tennessee, and they can do those procedures in Tennessee or they can't do them here in Mississippi. Where do you think, if all other things are equal, where are they going to set up shop if they're being offered jobs? This is also about letting them be here if they want to be here and practice with what they're trained to do. Truth versus fiction. The opposition says the bill goes further than Tennessee. The truth is the bill specifically outlines scope of practice, and with the exception of the pilot program, the bill is essentially the Tennessee law. There was an attempt last year to sit down and find compromise. Well, you can't compromise with somebody that doesn't want to compromise. So the things I hear now about the bill's not exactly like Tennessee. It could have been, but we couldn't sit down and compromise. It takes two to do that. That's why I'm here before you today with a bill. The opposition says the training language isn't identical to Tennessee. The truth is that the Board of Optometry has always defined educational requirements for optometrists, and no one has complained to this point. The bill specifically sets out training for the pilot program for doctors who've been out of school more than 5 years. And lastly, the opposition says that this one laser capsulotomy procedure is scary. In fact, lasers are used every day in all sorts of healthcare. This may come as a surprise, but in a lot of ophthalmologist office, the optometrist is there on the laser. Let's deal in facts, and the facts are this: it's done safely by optometrists in other states every day. Real quick, I will run through the bill. On line 33, I hear you with regards to the vote. I'll be brief. Line 33, the practice of optometry shall be defined by the State Board of Optometry and shall include, and then it starts listing the things. Starting at line 54 are where the Tennessee additions start, and those run through basically the bottom, or line 105, the bottom of page 4. Section 2 and Section 3, there is pharmacy conforming language where it states optometrists shall be authorized to use and prescribe the following over the counter, all pharmaceutical medications that are rational and appropriate for the examination, diagnosis, and treatment of these procedures that they're outlined to do in Section 1. Section 4 is the pilot program, and that's rather lengthy. I think I've hit the high points with regards to it. The training, again, it's only 20 that will be allowed to get into that program. It'll go for 3 years. And for those who are really skeptical about this, I want to draw your attention to Section 5. Section 5 repeals every bit of this in 3 years. So if we have gone too far, then in 3 years, this all repeals. If we hadn't, everything's going good, we'll make it permanent. But this is a stopgap for the people that say, oh, this is a slippery slope, this is that, this is this. Board of Optometry is going to do these crazy things, optometrists are going to go rogue. There's your backstop right there. 3 years, I'll be back before you, and I promise I will lead the way in reforming whatever is out of whack with regards to this. That's my pledge to you, and Section 5 proves that with a 3-year repealer. Mr. Speaker, that is a very brief explanation. I'd be glad to answer any questions if there are any.
All right, gentleman from Madison, Mr. Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yale?
Yes, gentlemen.
Can you give us some examples of what you would consider to be a bad result that might get us back here in 3 years to perhaps reconsider what we are doing today and perhaps repeal this?
If that peer report, in other words, all of these procedures will have to be reported to peer in the pilot program. And if that peer study shows that outcomes for these patients are different than the normal outcome for an ophthalmologist who's performing a capsulotomy, I think this body would react and say, we should put a stop to that.
Will the patients who are involved in this program, will disclosures be required to be given to them that they're participating in an experimental program?
It's not experimental from the standpoint of these optometrists will be practicing according to the training they've had and the license that they have.
Well, an experiment is where something you're trying that's new, and you're trying to determine from your exercise or procedures in that experiment what the result might be. That's an experiment, isn't it?
As you define it there, it's an experiment. It's certainly no different than the first time an ophthalmologist performs the procedure, him or herself.
First time ophthalmologist to perform the procedure is going to medical school, done a residency, and perhaps most likely have done a fellowship. That'll be a total of 9 years after they got their medical degree. That's a little bit more, isn't it?
It is more, but there's still a first time for them as well, John.
Now their first time is overseen by other in their training.
Right, and that's one of the...
First in the residency program, and that's a lot of training. That's at least 2 or 3 years of training there. The ophthalmologist, I think, how many hours you require them to have in order to do this laser surgery? 30 hours?
32 and then 8. But that's for the one procedure, gentlemen. The 9 years you described for the ophthalmologist is not for one procedure. It's for a myriad of eye disease and care.
It only takes one mishap to have a detached retina, which could lead to blindness. You're right? Am I
don't
correct?
disagree with you.
And of course, if you're disclosing to this patient in this program that perhaps this particular ophthalmologist optometrist has 38 hours worth of training, as opposed to the 9 years of training that the ophthalmologist that you might have to travel to Jackson or to DeSoto County or to the coast that we do now without complaint. That's important information that needs to be shared with that patient, isn't it?
I don't agree with your characterization of the training of the optometrist versus the ophthalmologist. And maybe if you had the exact number of minutes or hours that the ophthalmologist was trained on laser capsulotomies, maybe that would be an apples to apples, but it's not the way you phrase the
Jim, you've been here
situation.
you've been here for a few years. You remember a colleague of ours that would come before this house with an amendment almost every year to be allowed to practice law because he had served in the legislature a number of years and therefore was qualified to practice law. And I think we got smiles just like you gave a moment ago there, because that was insufficient to qualify, we knew that person to take the responsibility of representing people and take their lives and their possessions and, over with just that type of experience.
Well, the analogy you give, I would certainly say you gain valuable experience in this body in a whole lot of different things, but probably not in the practice of law. There are some other things you can become an expert in, but that's not one of them.
All right, well, gentlemen, I'm just asking whether or not you consider the risks to the patients and whether or not the patients have to be informed that they're in a 3-year pilot program where the results of their, I guess you're going to get permission for them to reveal their medical conditions to this board. Shouldn't they be told about that?
They're going to know they're seeing an optometrist, gentlemen. And I would submit to you that these folks trust that optometrist. We are licensing them. I would submit to you the Board of Optometry in setting up the pilot program is going to make sure they've done their homework about the 20 individuals they allow into this program. Don't you think they know if we're going to be watching them the way the reporting requirements are, that they're going to have their best and brightest there doing this procedure?
I don't know that, but let me ask you this. It's 38 hours worth of training, right? They have to have.
It's 32 and then an 8-hour preceptorship under an ophthalmologist in Mississippi or someone in another state who is licensed to do this exact same procedure.
All right, how much time does it take for a person with a driver's permit, or say a 15-year-old who wants to get their driver's license at age 16, these driving courses, how many hours is that in school?
How many hours has he had in school?
Yeah, the driver's education classes that they take.
I mean, we don't require. They get a permit when they're 15, and they can drive with an adult for a year, and then after that year, they get a license, gentlemen, if they pass that little test.
The school requires a beginning driver, 15 years of age, to have a semester's worth of training in that course, and we're going to have the optometrists who are going to perform laser surgery, go inside the eye.
I just got to tell you, gentlemen, my teenagers got a driver's license. They didn't take any course. They took a course on the farm, and then they went down and took the test and passed it and got a license. So I can't agree with your analogy on teenagers driving and eye doctors.
They didn't take it in school, though, did they?
Sir?
You can read a history book and learn about history, but if you go to school, there's going to be some requirements for that course, isn't it? Over a course of at least a semester.
We can't understand you, gentlemen. Maybe your mask, I'm sorry.
Oh, I think some people heard me.
They're all saying they can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Not everybody. I looked at them. Some people were shaking their head and agreeing with me. But Jim, what I'm just asking, a pilot program is insufficient to determine whether or not these people who are being treated by optometrists with surgery now, whatever we call it, is surgery, is insufficient to ensure that the patients who we're going to allow to come under their charge are fully protected with qualified people who've gone through the training and been licensed to do that kind of practice. I know
their training, I would submit to you, gentlemen, that their training is sufficient for this one procedure, that it is. I would submit that to you. They're trained on it. If they just step over the state line up at Memphis, they do them. They're trained to do them there, and if they go to any of these other states, I got a map, I can show you the states, they do them. Let me back up. They're trained in Memphis. They don't do them in Tennessee. They do them Arkansas, Louisiana,
5
Kentucky.
states, right? 5 states have this.
Have this exact procedure, yes.
And how many states do we have? 50? 45 others don't have it.
Last time I checked, we had 50. Yes, Jim.
Doesn't matter. I told that speak. That's all I'm going to say.
Gentleman from Etowama, do you have a question? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield? Over here.
Yes, gentlemen.
Do we have any stats from those 5 states where this procedure's?
I don't have any stats with me here, no.
Don't have any stats. Who will make?
They hadn't repealed them in those states, though, I'll tell you that. They're doing them every day, gentlemen. Why are people waiting?
Who in the future will decide the scope of the optometrist from now on? Will it still come back here for other things for us to decide? Or
It will be governed by this statute that we're passing today, but again, in 3 years it repeals. So it will require some action from us in 3 years. We could just take the repealer off. We could remove, whether it's the pilot or any of these other procedures.
I'm not talking about this procedure. Any other expansion of the scope?
Yes, sir. It would require them to come here.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, gentlemen.
I would just actually ask you this question. Will they be allowed to prescribe medicine in the event there is an injury? Pain, pills, infection, stuff like that. Will they be allowed to prescribe medicine?
They'll be allowed to prescribe some medicines. They're allowed some things now. They'll be allowed with ones that are in accordance with these new procedures that we're allowing, like in other words, for the lumps and bumps that are being removed. They will be able to inject, not into the eyeball, but into your eyelid, like anti-inflammatory type things. So it is an expansion into what Tennessee is doing now. Yes, gentlemen.
So if a person has a severe amount of pain, then they will not be allowed to get any, they will be allowed to write that patient a narcotic?
No, gentlemen. They're not asking for that. The 4s and 5s, they're not.
Okay. So what happens, again, because I've been asked to ask these questions.
Well, I mean, you've been asked to ask them.
So I got to ask them.
You do?
Yeah.
That person told you to jump out the gallery. Would you do that?
Well, see, now if you want to go there, we can go there.
I don't want to go there.
Okay. I'm just trying to be a good steward of what I've been asked, gentlemen.
I understand.
What happens with the number of, if a person does not, say, no optometrists do this at all, what happens then to the peer report? What would be the outcome of the peer report?
I think it would show that there were no participating optometrists under your scenario, and the pilot program would go away. Because it doesn't authorize this procedure forever, just for the 3-year pilot program.
So is there a threshold number for failures or successes? So 10%, 20%?
It'll be for this body to decide after those reports are given to the chairman in both the House and Senate.
Okay.
You'll have to make that call based on looking at that, at the peer report at the information that is reported to peer.
All right, thank you, Jim.
Thank you for your questions.
Jim from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a problem with the 32 hours. It seems to me that, would you allow one of those young optometrists to perform laser surgery on you and after having only 32 hours of training?
In that procedure, yes, sir.
That one procedure, you mean?
Yes, sir. In other words, They're not going to medical school for 32 hours. They're being trained on that procedure.
I understand
for
one
32
procedure,
hours.
but I
And,
guess my question, do you really think that's long enough?
Yes, sir, I do. I do. After going and seeing what they do at the school, how they learn to do it, while it is a real eye treatment, those professionals, I mean, again, these aren't, this isn't a country lawyer walking in there and firing up a laser and doing something. This is somebody that has been trained in school to do this specific procedure only. And just as a side note, gentlemen, optometrists do these procedures in an ophthalmologist's office. I mean, they're the ones sitting there doing them a lot of times. So it's not like this is totally foreign to an optometrist to do.
Oversight. Did you get a chance to look at the liability premium that they would have to pay once they eligible to do this type of procedure? I'm sure it's going to jump out the roof, isn't it?
No, sir. I did look at the other states and their malpractice insurance rates, and they are no different in any of the states except they're lower than our state, except for Louisiana, which did not have tort reform. That other dirty word. They're higher there.
Chairman.
Thank you for your questions.
Gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan.
Thank you. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the procedure that the debate's over is a procedure that ophthalmologists are allowing to occur in their office throughout the state now, mostly in metropolitan areas that optometrists are actually doing on site. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's what I was explaining to the gentleman from Hines. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Well, I didn't hear that. So we're really just trying to allow some areas in the state to have this procedure of trained ophthalmologists. Some of those individuals that are already doing it, I assume, would be the same individuals that the board would look at given the pilot program too. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your question.
All right, I don't see any, there is one. Gentleman Kapai, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Absolutely.
Gentlemen, one quick question. It's just, your analogies. A police officer who is trained to serve and protect and carries a firearm, do they receive, when they're first hired, are they hired first and then receive the training next, or do they receive the training before you can hire them?
For police officers?
Yes.
A lot of them are actually hired gentlemen, and they're not just released out on their own. Whoever hires them sends them to the academy if they hadn't been trained. So they may actually, in theory, have a job, but they send them to the academy for their training. Yes.
Yeah, but that's after. That's
you know how that works.
But that's after they're hired. They don't have any training, but they're on the job, and they're still carrying a firearm with them before they receive the training.
I can only speak to, I happen to represent some cities and municipalities that have police departments, and in those places, the way they do it is that officer is just riding, like they may get hired, but before they're turned loose in any way, they're just riding in a vehicle with another policeman who is actually the certified policeman who is patrolling.
Yeah, but they still carry a gun, though. They still carry a gun.
I'm not saying yes or no. I don't know. I didn't study that in preparation for presenting this bill to you. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Okay. Well, basically, that is the case. They're hired before they're trained. So I'm in line with what you're saying. I mean, I support the bill, but I was just using that analogy.
Thank you, and I appreciate the analogy. I should have picked up on it quicker.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1302. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 90 yeas, 25 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 27, House Bill 1303, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, if you please if you please recognize the gentleman from Jones.
Gentleman from Jones, recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nurse practitioner programs were established back in 1965. In the past 56 years, these programs have developed and grown to where we're at today. Technology has changed drastically. The collaborative contract that we currently have was put in place due to the lack of communication back in the 60s. We currently have 56 years of data showing the patient treatment by nurse practitioners have like case and quality of those treated by physicians. There are over 18 peer-reviewed national studies that have proven the like care. 26 other states have passed full practice authority. 14 other states have implemented emergency full practice authority due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, all VA medical centers across the country have ensured full practice authority for their veterans. This bill is absolutely not an expansion of the scope of practice as many of you have been led to believe. The 7,000 nurse practitioners in Mississippi are not asking you to allow them to do anything tomorrow that they're not already doing today. I am here today to bow before you and ask that you simply remove the one contract. Collaboration between nurse practitioners and physicians should not, will not, and cannot ever be removed. There will always be collaboration. Every day, access across the state, thousands of nursing assistants collaborate with registered nurses. Registered nurses collaborate with nurse practitioners, and primary care doctors collaborate with a myriad of specialists. States show that these do not require a contract in order to have the collaboration. Lastly, I'm here to tell you that nurse practitioners will continue to serve in the most rural, underserved part of our states. This will help to save Medicaid millions of dollars as we try to improve the chronic, poor health care of the state of Mississippi. If we look at the bill is number 1303. The first few pages of the bill is simply just changing some terminology, changing the word nurse practitioners to the current terminology of advanced practice registered nurse. As you get on over, it talks about the definition of collaboration and collaborate. This simply means the communicating of pertinent information and consulting with other licensed providers. We continue on over in the bill. It talks about after the advanced practice registered nurse has completed 3,600 transition to care hours, they will no longer be required to have that contract with the physician. The rest of the bill continues and only changes just minimal wording, changing the nurse practitioner terminology to advanced practice registered nurse. Mr. Speaker, if there are no further questions, I move for final passage.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1303. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 77 yeas, 38 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 28, House Bill 200. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Committee
Speaker.
sub. Gentlemen, you want to adopt it?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had a good discussion in our Public Health Committee about this legislation, and it was introduced where we deleted legislation. The current law is that you had to go to the hospital twice before the physician could order remote monitoring, and so we deleted that language that you did not have to be admitted to a hospital, but we also made sure that if a physician orders a person to have remote monitoring at their house or where they live, that there would be some criteria. So we did leave that shall in there as well. And I would tell you real quickly, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, that this program has worked. There has been a pilot program over in Sunflower County through UMC a couple years ago, and this truly reduced healthcare cost and an increased healthcare outcome. So if we can encourage this, I think this will be we'll see a better health outcome. So that is the explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 200. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 109 yeas, 0 nays. Bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 29, House Bill 208. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the lady from Forest?
Lady from Forest, getting a workout today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, House Bill 208, ladies and gentlemen, is it does two things. It seeks to extend the repealer on the Board of Psychology to July of 2025, and it also removes the postdoctoral fellowship as a requirement for licensure as a general psychologist in the state of Mississippi. This has come to us at the request of the Board of Psychology. They believe that it is a deterrent in being able to recruit psychologists to the state of Mississippi, and during a time when psychologists are in short supply in the state, and there are many concerns with mental health issues for our state. They believe that this is a deterrent to being able to recruit psychologists to the state. That is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Questions on the bill?
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 208. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 30, House Bill 294. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please recognize the lady from Lincoln.
Lady from Lincoln, recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 294 is a simple repealer bill. This is the bill we talked about and voted on last year, where the medical director for hospice can prescribe medicine, and we're taking the repealer off. There has been reports of no problems whatsoever, and we just don't want to ever have to talk about this again. And that's my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Question on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 294. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas and 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 31, House Bill 296. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you please recognize the lady from Lincoln?
Lady from Lincoln is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 296 is for the State Department of Health to issue up to 2 new pediatric palliative care hospice licenses. The department shall process this application for new pediatric palliative care hospice license, and there shall be no more than 2. and that one of them has to be in North Mississippi in the United States 2nd Congressional District. The other one can be anywhere, and no more than 2. And any hospice company that already has a license, if they do these, they will have to be in good standing with the Department of Health. And this subsection shall stand repealed to July 1, 2027. And that's my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Sure.
Is there a reason why we limit how many we can have in the state anyways?
Well, this is a moratorium, and what happened years ago before you came, it was 163 hospice across the state. And I was on the committee, Steve Holland was the chairman, and the Department of Health came and asked us, they said, what is happening is hospice are popping up all over the state. And at the time, they would stay there for a year or so, not long enough for the State Department of Health to come in. And it is a very, you contract with hospitals, nursing homes, DME, pharmacy. They pop up for a year or two, and then they would leave town owing all these monies to these folks, giving very, very poor care to patients. So at the time, and it's proven to be very good, there was 163 today, there's about 100 throughout the state, and we're putting them where there is needed. These are needed, one, especially in the Delta. But the reason was 96% of your patients on hospice are Medicaid and Medicare. And, you know, I had a doctor call me where I live, and he said, Becky, I just had a patient that somebody got off a tractor and said, you deserve these benefits. You have earned them. They will pay for your medicines. They'll pay for this. They'll take care of that. And he called his doctor and said, they tell me I deserve this. And he said, well, are you dying? Because you have to have 6 months or less to live. So it just got to be a very abused system. And though this is not a CON, but we have made sure that we have them in places that need them, but that we're not abusing Medicare and Medicaid dollars.
But as far as the licensing goes and allowing additional licensure, if they've cleaned the process up and they're regulating them better so that they're not doing what they did back before I got here,
now
why the limit to the number? I mean, can they not apply the same standards they're applying right now to the operators in the state and just apply that to whoever?
You have to have 6 months or less to live.
Right.
And there are not that many patients that a doctor says, get your affairs in order, you're about to go. So once you get the number high again, it will just begin to be more fraud and abuse. We just don't have that many people dying.
I know I've had issues with some of my constituents not being able to find places for their loved ones that need to go into hospice. And I don't know if that's going to change with the whole COVID factor or not, but I don't want there to be too many limitations that would prevent people from being able to actually find somebody that has space for their loved one.
Well, they all have space. I can tell you that nobody turns anybody down except if they don't meet the criteria, which is very stringent from CMS. You have to have 6 months or less to live. And I can just tell you, if they called you and said they wouldn't admit me, it's because they didn't meet the criteria.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 296. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could please go to item number 31, House Bill 2, we've done that one. Item number 32, Senate Bill number 2021, called up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you may remember last session, we passed the mental health coordinator bill that would, in essence, be a liaison from the 14 or 15 mental health regions that we have in Mississippi, and be a liaison with the Department of Mental Health to really focus on our mental health regions so we can improve health care, provide better health care to our constituents. And so we really think we passed a good piece of legislation, so I thank you for that. We were rushing toward the end, as you know, with COVID and everything, and we should have fixed it a little bit better than we did, and so there's just 2 tweaks here. The mental health coordinator in the current law is hired by DFA, but in essence it's housed at the Department of Mental Health, which really does not make sense. That person should be housed where that person is hired. So now we would change it and make sure that person is housed at a DFA. The current law also would mandate the Department of Mental Health Board would approve the new mental health coordinators' staff, which doesn't make sense as well, because if DFA hires them, then they should approve that staff. So those are the 2 major tweaks that we did, Mr. Speaker, just to improve it and to make it better. And that is the explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2021. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas, 0 nays. Bill passes. Give me a second. I got to consult with the clerk about something. a good stopping point for the day. I want to commend you for your work, ladies and gentlemen. You worked hard, you worked good, made a lot of progress, so congratulations to you. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Hancock, Mr. Anderson. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Adjourning memory.
Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to give the gentleman your attention.
For myself, Representative McKnight, Representative Ladner, I'd like to honor Lieutenant Michael Bote, the Hancock County Sheriff's Department, who was killed in the line of duty Monday of this week.
Gentleman moves that we adjourn in his memory. I would suggest that every member be added to that adjourn in memory. Thank you, gentlemen. We certainly remember him and his family. A lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Request, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to hold House Bill 1315, number 4 on the general calendar on a motion to reconsider.
Okay, we will do that.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Busby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request, I'd like to hold item number 14 on today's general calendar, House Bill 319, on a motion to reconsider.
Okay, we'll do that. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request, please.
Yes, sir.
I need to change the gentleman from Harrison, Richard Bennett's vote on House Bill 1302 from a yes to a no.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from Harrison, Ms. Crawford.
Request. I'd like to request unanimous consent to change my vote on the Ways and Means calendar, item 20, from no to yes.
Any objection? What's the bill number, lady?
Number 20.
Bill 20 or item 20?
Item 20 on Ways and Means, Bill 1135.
1135. Thank you, ma'am. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a request and an adjourn in memory.
Yes, sir.
The request is unanimous consent to change my vote on House Bill 740 from yay to nay.
Any objection?
Oh, as well as my desk mates, Representative Baumgar and Representative Criswell.
Any objection? Change your vote.
And for adjourn in memory, I'd like for the House to adjourn in memory of Robert R.G. Moore, a true American patriot and a friend of mine from Lake Cormorant. He passed away on January 6th. R.G. was a retired Marine. He was a captain for 34 years in the Memphis Police Department, and he was the founding member and very instrumental in the development of the DeSoto County Veterans Park, which is a memorial park like none other in the country. He will be missed, and I wanted us to recognize him.
Thank you, sir. We'll be glad to do that, and would ask everyone to be added to that adjourn in memory. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly request a change of vote, please, sir. I'd like to change my vote on 1302 from no to present.
Any objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hale.
Adjourn in memory, please.
Yes, sir.
I have a Christopher Gage Davis, age 20, passed away in December. Monday was his birthday, but they don't even know what happened, but he passed away in his sleep.
Okay, thank you, sir. Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unanimous consent request, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I inadvertently voted my desk mate no on item number 3 on the journal calendar, House Bill 849. I want to change her vote from yes to no.
Any objection? Change your vote. Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds. Hold on, gentlemen. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, on item number 8 on the general calendar, House Bill number 556, I would like to hold that bill on motion to reconsider.
Okay, we will do that. Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Request, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
On item number 4, General Calendar, House Bill 1315, my desk mate accidentally voted me no, and I would like to be voted yes, and as well as him be voted a yes. Representative Byrd, with unanimous consent.
Any objection? Change it from no to yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Make the change. Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On item 28, Bill 200, I stepped out and I failed to vote. I would like to be recorded as yes.
Okay, record the lady's vote. Lady from Amite, Ms. Cockerham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 requests.
Yes, ma'am.
On the appropriations calendar, item number 1, House Bill number 109, my desk mate and I were not voted. We'd like to be voted as aye.
Okay, record the lady's vote.
And on the Ways and Means calendar, item number 4, House Bill number 509, my desk mate was not voted, and we'd like that vote to be reflected as aye.
Okay, we will record those votes. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a request to change my vote on appropriations number 2, HB 211, from a yes to a no.
Any objection? Changes the vote. Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Somebody may have already requested, I've been out of the chamber, if I'd like to hold House Bill number 1315 on a motion, please.
Okay, we'll do that. Gentleman from Mike Tibby Hall, Mr. Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the rules calendar, if we could hold item number 12, HR 4, I'd like to hold it on a motion to reconsider.
Okay, we can do that. Any further announcements? I don't see any. Recognize the gentleman from Mark Tibby Hall for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I would move this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. in the morning.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. House adjourned to 10 a.m. tomorrow.